Chapter 283. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and he wished for nothing more than to tear the mouths of all these Migres Peak disciples into pieces. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from afar, and then everyone was able to see a middle-aged man walking over with large strides. Elder Xiaolin! Elder Xiaolin! The crowd of Dubhe Peak disciples instantly shut their mouths when they saw the person in question had arrived, and they didn't dare discuss rashly. What are all of you gathered here for? Zhao Lin frowned as he swept the crowd of Dubhe Peak disciples present. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and was slightly surprised. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, who stood opposite Duan Lingtian. Before long, a few Migres Peak disciples that wished for the world to be in chaos spoke of the sequence of events. Zhao Lin's gaze quickly descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Instantly, the faces of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu went pale, and their hearts were filled with nervousness. As far as they were concerned, if Zhao Lin and Duan Lingtian really had the kind of relationship in the rumors, then they would surely be out of luck today. Looks like senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu are going to be out of luck. Elder Zhao Lin will surely stand up for Duan Lingtian. Most of the Migres Peak disciples present had the same thoughts as Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, you intend to invite Duan Lingtian to battle on the life and death arena? Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto Yuan Wu as he slowly asked. A trace of a sheen lit up in the depths of his eyes. As far as he was concerned, this might be a chance to probe Duan Lingtian. He was filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. He wanted to know if the rebirth in Duan Lingtian's cultivation method, muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, was similar to the rebirth bestowed by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and was able to improve one's natural talent in the martial Tao. If he could prove that the two were the same, he would definitely obtain this set of cultivation techniques from Duan Lingtian. However, when Yuan Wu heard Zhao Lin's question, he thought that Zhao Lin was going to denounce him. Elder Zhao Lin, I was wrong. I didn't know that Duan Lingtian was one of your people. What? Duan Lingtian is my man? Zhao Lin's face darkened as he said angrily, could it be that you also believe in those unfounded rumors? Yuan Wu was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Lin to have such a big reaction. Humph. Zhao Lin coldly glanced at Yuan Wu. If you're worried about me, then you can rest assured. I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. If Duan Lingtian really has an irreconcilable enmity with you, then continue to invite him to the life and death arena. The life and death arena of Migres Peak hasn't seen blood for many years. I'm looking forward to it as well. Whoosh. Zhao Lin's words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all surprised. Could it be that Elder Zhao Lin really isn't related to Duan Lingtian? Of course. Elder Zhao Lin has already spoken out now. Whether Duan Lingtian lives or dies has nothing to do with him. How could they possibly be related? Exactly. If it was you, would you ask your sweetheart to go to the life and death arena to throw away his life? Although Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely uncomfortable, as if he was instigating Yuan Wu to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. But now that he'd imperceptibly separated himself from Zhao Lin, it caused him to heave a sigh of relief. It was fine if others misunderstood him, but he wasn't willing to be misunderstood. Yuan Wu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Lin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of an evil smile. Hua Xian, who stood by his side, had a face full of smiles as well. Looks like they'll be able to carry out their revenge as they wished. Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's expressions were all noticed by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a cold smile. If Yuan Wu and Hua Xian were really stubborn, then he wouldn't be merciful. There was a ball of flames burning within Duan Lingtian's heart, and it could erupt at any moment. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Yuan Wu take 2 steps forward and look at him. Duan Lingtian, what's your decision? Will you agree to battle on the life and death arena with me, or refuse? Let me and Hua Xian slowly torture you in the days to come. A smile of victory appeared on the corners of Yuan Wu's mouth, as if Duan Lingtian was only a piece of meat on his chopping board. Along with Yuan Wu once again issuing a life and death arena agreement to Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples descended onto Duan Lingtian. They didn't feel that Duan Lingtian would agree. After all, Yuan Wu was a 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, whereas Duan Lingtian was only an Outer Court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect. Moreover, he seemed to be around 20 years old. As far as they were concerned, at such an age, his cultivation would at most be at the 1st level of the Origin Core Stage. Zhao Lin stood in the distance and indifferently stared at Duan Lingtian with a calm expression. Just as he'd said earlier, whether Duan Lingtian lived or died was completely unrelated to him. What he wanted to confirm was if the rebirth of the cultivation method Duan Lingtian cultivated, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, was able to increase a martial artist's natural talent. Duan Lingtian. Hua Xian looked at Duan Lingtian with a vicious expression. If you refuse, then so long as you dare show yourself in the future, I'll break all the bones in your body, then let you slowly recover. You won't have the time to cultivate in the days to come, because all your time will be used to recuperate. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Hua Xian. Senior brother Hua Xian is too ruthless. Looks like senior brother Hua Xian really hates Duan Lingtian. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he didn't hate to the extreme, would he invite Duan Lingtian to the life and death arena? Hua Xian's words caused the flames that burned in Duan Lingtian's heart to be unable to be suppressed any longer, and it was completely vented out. Hua Xian. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hua Xian, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. I can agree to Yuan Wu's life and death arena agreement, but I have a request. What request? Speak. Hua Xian hadn't spoken when he heard Duan Lingtian when Yuan Wu's gaze abruptly lit up as he asked anxiously. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian was willing to ascend the life and death arena and carry out a life and death battle with him, so long as the request wasn't too excessive, he could agree to it. What request? Hua Xian frowned as he asked. I hope that there are 3 people that ascend the life and death arena today. If you're unwilling to agree, then I won't ascend the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian looked at Hua Xian and spoke of his request. 3 people? Could it be that this Duan Lingtian wants to find a helper? The life and death arena has always been a one-on-one life and death battle. Duan Lingtian actually shamelessly wants to find a helper? The surrounding Migres Peak disciples were in an uproar, as they all felt that Duan Lingtian's request was too excessive. What? You want to find a helper? Hua Xian sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like you have self-awareness, and know that it's impossible for you to be a match for Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu frowned. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would put forward such an excessive request. Hua Xian, I think you're mistaken. I don't want to find a helper. When Duan Lingtian heard the discussions of the surrounding Migres Peak disciples, then heard Hua Xian's words, he knew that everyone had misunderstood what he meant. You don't want to find a helper? Then why did you put forward that request? Hua Xian and Yuan Wu practically spoke out in unison, and the 2 pairs of eyes they looked at Duan Lingtian emitted dense and vicious coldness. Duan Lingtian said coldly, since your comprehension ability is so poor, then I'll be more direct. I can ascend the life and death arena, but I don't wish for me to only have one opponent. I hope to be able to battle both of you at the same time on the life and death arena. I'll battle both of you by myself, a battle of life and death, not stopping until one of us dies. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his voice was resolute, and it possessed an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. Didn't both of you want me to ascend the life and death arena? Then I'll ascend. Moreover, not only do I, Duan Lingtian, want to ascend, but I also want to battle both of you by myself. At the same time, within Duan Lingtian's eyes, battle intent and killing intent converged together and rose up. Hot blood boiled in his entire body, following Duan Lingtian's voice as soon as he finished speaking. The scene was deathly silent, silent to the point it was terrifying. Now, Even if a needle was thrown onto the ground, perhaps one could clearly hear the sound. All the Migres Peak disciples were completely dumbstruck as they looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that stood there. At this instant, a portion of the Migres Peak disciples felt that Duan Lingtian was so tall, tall like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an invincible god of war, causing heartfelt admiration to arise from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention anything else. Duan Lingtian daring to say this courage was already worthy of their admiration. Even if Duan Lingtian was killed on the life and death arena today, it would be a glorious death, and they would remember it in their hearts. This was an outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and dared challenge 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists on the life and death arena. Of course, there was also a portion of the Migres Peak disciples that were disdainful when they heard Duan Lingtian. Overestimating your ability. The mere outer court disciple that has just entered our 7-star sword sect dares be so arrogant? Wants to ascend the life and death arena to battle 2 senior brothers? Simply courting death. In my opinion, he probably feels that if he faces senior brother Yuanwu alone, he won't die quickly enough. I think so as well. If senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuanwu were to attack together, this Duan Lingtian would probably be killed in a single move. Nearby, Zhao Lin's brows raised as he looked at the distant Duan Lingtian, seeming to be lost in thought, and his heart jerked. Is this Duan Lingtian really confident, or is he overestimating his ability? He urgently wanted to know the answer now. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xian and Yuanwu glanced at each other, and after having astonished expressions, they couldn't refrain from laughing loudly. Their laughter was filled with traces of disdain. Duan Lingtian, are you sure you want to ascend the life and death arena to battle with the 2 of us? Chapter 284. The 7-star sword sect had a total of 7 life and death arenas. As one of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, the Migres Peak had a life and death arena as well. The Migres Peak's life and death arena was a platform located halfway up the mountain, and it was covered with a layer of crimson-red bricks that seemed to be dyed with blood, causing one's hair to stand on end with a glance. Normally, the platform where the life and death arena was located was completely quiet, and very few people would come here. But today, it was completely seething with excitement. Today, someone would ascend the life and death arena and undergo a bloody battle that wouldn't end until death. Let's leave quickly. We won't be able to see it if we're late. I've been at Migres Peak for 2 years, and today is the first time I've heard of someone ascending the life and death arena to undergo a life and death battle. We absolutely can't miss it. Supposedly, our Migres Peak's life and death arena hasn't seen blood for many years. On Migres Peak, so long as the Migres Peak disciples received the news, no matter what they were doing, practically all of them put down what they were doing and swarmed over. The life and death arena was a high platform that was piled up at the center of the vast platform that was halfway up the mountain. Presently, the surroundings of the life and death arena were filled with Migres Peak disciples. The gazes of all the Migres Peak disciples descended onto the 3 figures on the life and death arena. Why are there 3 people on the life and death arena? Instantly, some people had bewildered expressions and asked curiously. Before long, someone told them the sequence of events, and they came to a sudden understanding, and at the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. Their gazes couldn't help but descend onto the young man around the age of 20 on the life and death arena, and they felt their scalps go numb. This young man is the outer court disciple Duan Lingtian that entered the 7-star sword sect a few days ago. The Duan Lingtian that wants to have a life and death battle with 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists on the life and death arena? Around the age of 20. No matter how heaven-defying his natural talent in the martial Dao is, he's at most at the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Yeah, he actually dares ascend the life and death arena to battle with 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. Moreover, it's 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. He's simply courting death. Young people nowadays are also impulsive. Similar discussions rose and fell in succession in the surroundings of the life and death arena. On the life and death ring, Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain, his face calm. Even though the surroundings were in an uproar, he remained unmoved as he calmly stared at Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, who were standing opposite him. Duan Lingtian, today, Yuan Wu and I will join hands to send you to the afterlife. A single exchange. Yuan Wu and I only need a single exchange to kill you. Since you gave me the chance to kill you, I will be merciful and give you a quick death. Hua Xian looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Don't worry, you won't feel any pain, because it will only take an instant for you to die. Yuan Wu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you should be regretting it now, right? Just for an infant goldfur mouse, you offended us and are about to be killed by us. But unfortunately, Senior Brother Fan isn't here. Otherwise, I believe he would be extremely interested in today's scene. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an arc, seeming to be smiling yet not smiling. Regret? Perhaps he would regret some things, but it was impossible for him to regret this matter. Even if that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple was present, he still wouldn't have the slightest bit of regret. Haha, Duan Lingtian, did you hear the discussions of these senior brothers? Listen. They're all saying you're overestimating your ability, saying you're courting death. I really don't know where you got the courage to actually invite the two of us to battle on the life and death arena at the same time. Hua Xian laughed loudly as his gaze swept the surroundings of the life and death arena, and his laughter was filled with arrogance and complacency. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Hua Xian that the two women by your side that are beautiful like flowers and can be called peerless have come to the 7-star sword sect as well. You can be at ease. Once you're killed by us, we'll help you take good care of them. Ha 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 ha. As Yuan Wu spoke, he started laughing loudly as well, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by him and Hua Xian. Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally changed. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it meant death. His reverse scale was undoubtedly these two little girls. This Yuan Wu actually dared to profane his women. Yuan Wu. Duan Lingtian took a step forward. The killing intent on his body shot into the sky, and his eyes were suffused with a demonic crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian was enraged, completely enraged. Presently, Duan Lingtian's entire body was enveloped by killing intent, as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura that walked out from the depths of hell. His 7-star sword sect outer court disciple's attire fluttered without the wind. What? You're angry? Yuan Wu's face bloomed with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's current appearance. Then he said to the nearby Hua Xian. Hua Xian, of those two women, I like the one with a hot figure. You won't fight with me for her, right? Of course not. The other one isn't bad as well, delicate and pitiful, to my liking. Hua Xian licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted traces of lust. Slap. Duan Lingtian's eyes had almost completely transformed into a crimson-red color, and the hairband that bound his long hair instantly broke. His long hair spread out, fluttering without the wind, and it was peerlessly graceful. Hua Xian, you said earlier that you can kill me in a single move, right? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with traces of a gloomy aura, as if it came from the depths of hell, and when it entered the ears of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spines. Exactly. Yuan Wu and I joined forces, and we only need a single move, an instant, and it's sufficient to kill you. After you die, Yuan Wu and I will surely take good care of the two beauties by your side. You can go with peace of mind. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xian had discerned that Duan Lingtian was enraged to the limit, and he intentionally infuriated Duan Lingtian a step further. When he saw Duan Lingtian like this, he felt a wave of delight for no reason or rhyme in his heart. Hua Xian, I'm slightly impatient now. That beauty is probably waiting for me now. Yuan Wu laughed slyly and cooperated with Hua Xian to provoke Duan Lingtian. Needless to say, their actions were indeed useful, and it also caused the rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to soar to the limit. Raging flames charged into the sky. A single move, right? Duan Lingtian's crimson red eyes were suffused with an icy cold and emotionless gaze as it descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and his voice was icy cold and hoarse. A single move, and both of you will die without a doubt. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples that were causing a ruckus around the life and death arena went silent for a moment. What did this Duan Lingtian say? Kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in a single move? They were all dumbstruck by Duan Lingtian's words. On the life and death arena, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were stunned as well, and were the first to react. Hua Xian sneered. Duan Lingtian, I say, you're dreaming, right? Kill us in a single move? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if I give you another 5 years, you might not be able to do it. Wishful thinking. Yuan Wu's eyes emitted a cold light, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. All right, Yuan Wu, let's begin. Hua Xian grinned. His smile was filled with wickedness, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was as if he was looking at a dead person. In his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air, along with the raging origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade. Whoosh! Above Hua Xian, 76 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in Yuan Wu's hand. The number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above him was exactly the same as the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Hua Xian, 76 of them, 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, 2 grade 7 spirit swords. This was the strength of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. And now, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples around the life and death arena that were dumbstruck by Duan Lingtian's words successively recovered from their shock. The gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian when they looked at him again were filled with disdain. This Duan Lingtian has really gone mad. Kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in a single move? Simply the ravings of a lunatic. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu are both 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, and both possess grade 7 spirit swords. Even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist that possesses a grade 7 spirit sword wouldn't dare say that he's able to kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu in a single move when they join forces. Perhaps this is him trying to boost his courage before his death. All the Migres Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena were filled with disdain towards what Duan Lingtian said earlier. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was bound to be killed by Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. Outside the life and death arena, Zhao Lin stood there and looked at the scene before him, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Duan Lingtian is truly arrogant. Arrogance requires strength as well. Without strength, one can only be meat on the chopping board of another and be at the mercy of others. But in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Heavens! What did he see? No. Impossible. How could this be possible? This isn't real. Absolutely not real. Unbelievable. Around the life and death arena, the Migres Peak disciples that were mocking Duan Lingtian a moment ago now stared blankly at the sky above Duan Lingtian. What did they see? Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and in the end, condensed into 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The strength of 60 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Following the appearance of a 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand, another 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian. The strength of a total of 72 ancient mammoths. Presently, the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand was a grade 8 spirit sword. He refined himself and was able to amplify strength by 20%. He didn't use a grade 7 spirit sword, because as far as he was concerned, he didn't need it. 4th-level origin core stage. Looking at the ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Duan Lingtian, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu glanced at each other and were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. A 4th-level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20? For a moment, they felt their scalps go numb. Chapter 285. What terrifying natural talent! This Duan Lingtian looks to be around 20 years old, but he's actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Such natural talent, no one in the younger generation of our 7-star sword sect can compare to him. Unbelievable. The surroundings of the life and death arena were completely in an uproar. All the Migres Peak disciples were shocked by the cultivation Duan Lingtian revealed. Yet, if they knew that Duan Lingtian was still holding back now, what sort of expression would they have? After all, even if the current Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength, he was still able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, and was comparable to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. Just like in the primeval forest earlier, he'd only been able to kill the fierce beast, Savage Leopard, after revealing his full strength. Now, he'd intentionally only exerted the strength of 60 ancient mammoths that was comparable to a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Perhaps, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Hua Xian and Yuan Wu weren't worthy of him using his full strength. Looks like the cultivation method this Duan Lingtian cultivates is indeed unique. Even to the extent that the rebirth of the cultivation method he cultivates is indeed possible to increase a martial artist's natural talent. A trace of burning desire and greed appeared within Zhao Lin's eyes. Even if Duan Lingtian was holding back a lot of his strength now, it was still sufficient to arouse the greed in Zhao Lin's heart. However, even if this Duan Lingtian is at the 4th level of the origin core stage, the strength he exerted by relying on a grade 8 spirit sword is weaker than either Hua Xian or Yuan Wu. I hope his cultivation method is within his spatial ring. Otherwise, it would be a troublesome matter. Zhao Lin frowned when he thought up to here. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, no one was allowed to obstruct the battles on the life and death arena. Although he was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, he didn't dare interfere in the battles on the life and death arena under the gazes of everyone present. Obviously, Zhao Lin didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian revealed a cultivation that caused him to be indescribably shocked. Duan Lingtian. On the life and death arena, Hua Xian suppressed the shock in his heart, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I really never imagined that you actually concealed your strength so deeply. You're actually a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. However, you're dead today. The strength of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused Hua Xian to tremble with fear. Now, he felt slightly fortunate that Duan Lingtian had ascended the life and death arena. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it would probably not be long before Duan Lingtian would surpass him. If it really come that time Duan Lingtian it, wasn't only Hua Xian who rejoiced, Yuan Wu similarly rejoiced, and the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian with became even more gloomy and vicious. He knew that if Duan Lingtian didn't die today, he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Lingtian, even if you're at the 4th level of the origin core stage, you're dead today. Although Duan Lingtian was a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist, he only had a grade 8 spirit sword, and as far as Yuan Wu was concerned, he wasn't much of a threat to him. Moreover, it was him and Hua Xian joining forces to deal with Duan Lingtian now. Moreover, it caused him to feel that there wouldn't be any suspense in killing Duan Lingtian. I've said it before. Both of you are dead in a single move. Duan Lingtian's long hair fluttered without wind, and his pair of crimson-red bewitching eyes flickered with a frightening cold light as they descended onto Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. At this moment, besides himself, it seemed as if only Hua Xian and Yuan Wu remained in his world. He was a hunter. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were his prey. Shameless boasting! Hua Xian shouted coldly, then his figure shook as the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword that carried a shocking, imposing manner as it swept towards Duan Lingtian. Oomph! And at practically the same instant that Hua Xian moved, Yuan Wu moved as well, and practically moved shoulder to shoulder with Hua Xian. The grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand emitted a dazzling sheen, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that bit towards Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian moved as well. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. When faced with the joint forces of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand was suffused with raging origin energy. The origin energy lightly trembled, and the frequency of the trembling became faster and faster. No one was able to notice this tiny detail. The surroundings of the life and death arena were deathly silent. Everyone held their breaths, and the gazes of everyone descended onto the three figures that swiftly flashed about on the life and death arena. In that instant, the three figures met each other. Die. Hua Xian and Yuan Wu revealed frenzied expressions when they saw Duan Lingtian moving towards them. The grade 7 spirit swords in their hands whistled through the air, transforming into sword images that covered the sky and enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian, as if they wanted to instantly annihilate Duan Lingtian. Facing the incomparably swift sword skills that were executed by Hua Xian and Yuan Wu that were difficult to find a flaw in, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. That's right, Duan Lingtian was smiling. At this instant, on the entire platform where the life and death arena was located, everyone, including Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, saw Duan Lingtian smile. They were unable to understand why Duan Lingtian could still smile at this moment. It was simply strange. The instant that a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, his crimson-red eyes abruptly focused, and the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand lightly trembled, as if transforming into a swimming dragon that danced in the air. As the origin energy trembled, it seemed to cause circles of ripples to appear in the air. Sword drawing arts. This sword strike of Duan Lingtian's didn't have the slightest fanciness, nor did it have the slightest sloppiness. If a word was used to describe it, then it would be straightforward. Sword drawing arts. The sword struck out like lightning. Swish. The sword light flashed, and it accurately met the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand that whistled out. Yuan Wu's sword was also the one that was the closest to Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian's sword instantly found Yuan Wu's sword within the sword images that covered the sky, and it directly fiercely collided with Yuan Wu's sword, clang. The grade 8 spirit sword instantly smashed onto the grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly went cold. Quake energy. Yuan Wu, who originally had a sneer on the corners of his mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to meet force with force, quickly froze, and his eyes emitted dense terror. Whereas Yuan Wu's expression forever stopped at this moment. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand directly blasted away the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand with its overbearing quake energy. Right when the palm of Yuan Wu's hand that held the sword exploded open and fresh blood dripped out. Swish. The sword light that appeared for a brief moment swept past Yuan Wu's throat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand spun, and it moved to meet another sword strike that was only a foot away from him. The owner of this sword strike was Hua Xian. Hua Xian didn't even have the time to react to what had happened when he noticed that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand had fiercely collided with Duan Lingtian's grade 8 spirit sword. Instantly, he felt a terrifying trembling force come from the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. He didn't dare hesitate and directly let go, because he could sense that if he didn't let go, then this arm of his and even his body would very likely be shaken to the point of shattering. Even if he let go, the palm of his hand still exploded open and fresh blood splattered out. No. In practically an instant, Hua Xian's thoughts hadn't even had the time to turn elsewhere when he saw a strand of sword light flashing straight towards him. His throat seemed as if it was forcefully choked by someone's hand, and he wanted to make a sound, yet was unable to make a sound. In the next moment, he felt his throat go cold, and everything before his eyes became blurry. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he only had one thought left. Exactly what ability did Duan Lingtian execute earlier? The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed before vanishing into thin air, and was put away into his spatial ring. Presently, the Migres peak disciples with slightly weaker strengths and slightly inferior eyesight only saw a flash before their eyes, and a line of blood sprayed out from the throats of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, sprinkling down. The Migres peak disciples with stronger strengths were instead able to clearly see that following the line of blood that sprayed out from Yuan Wu's throat, in practically the blink of an eye, a line of blood sprayed out from Hua Xian's throat as well. It was difficult for them to imagine that the speed of a grade 8 spirit sword in the hand of a 4th level origin core stage martial artist was actually swift to such an extent. How can this be possible? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. As the one and only void-prying stage martial artist present, he naturally clearly saw every detail of when Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. Such sword speed. How could a 4th level origin core stage martial artist possibly execute it? Moreover, he actually used the strength of 72 ancient mammoths to completely suppress Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's strength of 76 ancient mammoths and knocked their swords flying. Zhao Lin's breathing became hurried, and he was indescribably excited in his heart, and his eyes emitted a flowing light of greed. Looks like this Duan Lingtian's ability ought to be related to the cultivation method he cultivates, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Bang! Bang! On the life and death arena, Yuan Wu and Hua Xian's bodies fell to the ground one after another, emitting muffled sounds. These two sounds entered into the ears of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena, causing them to feel as if they were jolted awake from a dream, and they completely recovered from the shock from before. Subsequently, an uproar arose as expected. Oh my God! Duan Lingtian actually killed senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu. He's using a grade 8 spirit sword, which is equivalent to the strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu are both using grade 7 spirit swords. Either one of their attacks is equivalent to the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. How exactly did this Duan Lingtian do it? This utterly doesn't conform to common sense. Could it be that he cultivated an earth-rank sword skill? Earth-rank sword skill? Do you think it's possible? Who doesn't know that only void-prying stage experts that have comprehended force are able to cultivate earth-rank sword skills? He's only an origin core stage martial artist. How could he cultivate an earth-rank sword skill? The sword skills of senior brother Hua Xian and senior brother Yuan Wu were both high-grade profound rank sword skills at the perfection stage. But even then, they still died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian himself knows how he killed his two senior brothers. In the surroundings of the life and death arena, the gazes of the numerous Migres Peak disciples descended onto the proud and aloof figure on the life and death arena. These gazes were either dumbstruck, shocked, reverent, or worshipful. The words Duan Lingtian said not long ago that were ridiculed by them couldn't help but reverberate by their ears. All of you will die without a doubt in a single move. At the beginning, none of them believed it. Chapter 286. Duan Lingtian stood on the life and death arena, and his restless emotions gradually calmed down. The rage that rose to the limit completely calmed down along with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu being killed by him. His long hair that fluttered without the wind slowly descended. His pair of crimson-red eyes gradually returned to normal, and his 7-star sword sect outer court disciple attire calmed down as well. As he glanced at the two corpses on the ground, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if he'd done something of no importance. Duan Lingtian put away Hua Xian and Yuan Wu's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. Then he frowned when he felt the numerous gazes that locked onto him from the surroundings of the life and death arena. Then he took large strides, intending to leave. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as he clearly heard a voice. Voice condensed. A method that only a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above was able to master. The voice of the person was transmitted over using this method, and only he was able to hear it. Duan Lingtian didn't turn around and continued walking forward, as he was able to discern that this was Zhao Lin's voice. He didn't have the slightest good impression of Zhao Lin and directly disregarded him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin's voice transmission once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, share your cultivation method with me. I can use other things to exchange with you. Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian's body to slightly stop, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lin really didn't have good intentions. He actually wanted his cultivation method. Of course, He knew that the cultivation method Zhao Lin wanted to obtain was surely the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing that he mentioned when he tricked Zhao Lin earlier. Actually, he utterly didn't have this type of cultivation method. He only casually fabricated it when he tricked Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he looked into the distance, and he saw the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, who stared at him with a burning gaze behind the crowd. After casually sweeping a glance at Zhao Lin, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he walked off the life and death arena. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the Migres Peak disciples consciously opened up a path. Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. That's right. How did you cultivate? You look to be in your 20s, yet you're already so strong. Duan Lingtian, how about we be friends? Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples were incomparably enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. He directly stepped away from the vast platform where the life and death arena was located. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face darkened. Just now, Duan Lingtian's mocking gaze had undoubtedly rejected him. Zhao Lin's fists lightly clenched tightly, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. Duan Lingtian, there's nothing that I, Zhao Lin, want to obtain that I can't obtain. Following Duan Lingtian's departure, the crowd of Migres Peak disciples dispersed as well. But, at the same time they left, they didn't stop discussing Duan Lingtian. The strength that Duan Lingtian revealed completely shocked them. 4th level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20. Relying on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 4th level origin core stage outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords, the latter even joined forces. Such an accomplishment could be said to be shocking. After Duan Lingtian left the life and death arena, he circled around the winding mountain path for a while before returning to the peak. He was worried that Zhao Lin would follow him. Although Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was able to discern that he was a person that would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Now, Zhao Lin had set his sights on the non-existent cultivation method in his possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, and would surely not let it go. So, he had to be careful and prudent, and absolutely couldn't allow Zhao Lin to find an opportunity. Following the crooked tree, Duan Lingtian once again returned to the stalactite cave. Where's Little Black and Little White? Duan Lingtian had only just entered the stalactite cave when he noticed that the 2 little pythons had disappeared, and his face instantly went ghastly pale as his heart burned with anxiety. Although Little Black and Little White are playful, they normally wouldn't walk around randomly. Could it be that something happened? Duan Lingtian realized as well that no matter how anxious he was, it was useless, and he had to calm down before being able to make the most accurate judgment. Could it be that someone came here? Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but jerk. Before long, he started to follow the ground of the stalactite cave, and the ground of the cave passageway to investigate. In the end, he confirmed one thing. Besides him, there wasn't a second person that came here. Moreover, he noticed the traces left behind by the 2 little fellows not long ago on the cave passageway. In other words, the 2 little fellows left by themselves. Where did Little Black and Little White go? Could it be that they went to look for me? Duan Lingtian noticed that the traces left behind by the 2 little pythons vanished when they arrived at the crooked tree. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak and investigated for a while, and in the end, he noticed that there weren't any traces of the little pythons on the peak. In other words, the 2 little fellows didn't arrive at the peak. Could it be that they can grow wings and fly? Duan Lingtian frowned, and in next to no time, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Or perhaps, they fell down from the crooked tree? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his feelings that had just calmed down became anxious once again. Duan Lingtian left Migres Peak and arrived at Dubhe Peak, then left the 7-star sword sect. He didn't go anywhere else, and instead arrived at the foot of Migres Peak. He wanted to confirm that the 2 little fellows didn't fall down. At the foot of the precipitous Dubhe Peak, Duan Lingtian noticed the traces of the little pythons as expected. Glancing at the precipitous cliff, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that there were traces of the little pythons walking on it. In other words, the 2 little fellows followed along the cliff and climbed down. Their courage is really great. Duan Lingtian glanced at the Migres peak that stood ramrod straight, and the precipitousness of this sword peak caused traces of coldness to be unable to help but arise within his heart. I wonder where Little Black and Little White went. Duan Lingtian followed the traces on the ground and searched all the way, and in the end, he noticed that he'd once again arrived at the primeval forest, this forest where fierce beasts and demon beasts gathered. After entering the primeval forest, the traces of the little pythons were completely cut off, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to find any traces. What did those two little fellows come here for? Duan Lingtian shook his head and had a bitter smile on his face. Since I've come, then I'll look around and see if I can find them. If I find them, then I'll surely teach them a good lesson for being so disobedient. Duan Lingtian was both angry and worried in his heart towards the two mischievous little fellows. Even though the two little pythons were only fierce beasts, but to him, they were no different than family. Now that they'd suddenly left, it had disrupted Duan Lingtian's life to a certain extent, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly unable to adapt for a short period of time. As they went deep into the primeval forest, they encountered many fierce beasts on the way, and Duan Lingtian practically swept through them all. Gradually, Duan Lingtian noticed something. His quake energy wasn't omnipotent. Only when facing an opponent with a difference of the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, or less would his quake energy be able to exert its proper effect. Once the opponent's strength was stronger than his by the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or more, his quake energy would be completely useless. To give an example, no matter if it was the elephant rhino he killed in the primeval forest, or the savage leopard, or even the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples Hua Xian and Yuan Wu he killed on the life and death arena today. Although the strength Duan Lingtian used to deal with them was inferior to their strength, the difference between the two didn't exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. In other words, relying on my current strength that's comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, the quake energy is able to be effective against a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. However, it's completely useless against a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he quickly came to an understanding. A 6th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and was only a difference of the strength of 9 ancient mammoths when compared to Duan Lingtian's current strength, and it was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. However, if a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist utilizes a grade 7 spirit weapon, then his offensive strength will increase explosively. Even if I use a grade 7 spirit weapon as well, purely in terms of offensive strength, I'll surely be thrown off by him with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths or more. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered. Under these circumstances, I can't use the method I dealt with Hua Xian and Yuan Wu today to fight him. After all, the strength amplified by the grade 7 spirit sword is all on the spirit sword in his hand. If I use a spirit sword to go head-on against his spirit sword, then the quake energy will be useless. If I want to defeat him, then I can only think of a way to make him discard his sword, or find a suitable time to force him to fight me bare-handed. A 6th-level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and once he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would increase explosively to the strength of 100 ancient mammoths or more. Whereas Duan Lingtian currently possessed the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, and even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would only be close to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. In this way, the difference between the two surpassed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It just happened to exceed the scope of effect of the quake energy. What a headache. Looks like if I really have to fight with a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist that possesses a grade 7 spirit sword, then I have to prepare some supplementary inscriptions. Only in this way would it be safer, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If he didn't use inscriptions and only used a grade 7 spirit sword, then under the circumstances that his opponent possessed a grade 7 spirit sword as well, he could only take his opponent by surprise and lure him to discard his sword. But doing this would instead carry a certain amount of risk. Once his opponent didn't fall for it, he would be in a passive position and might even be defeated and killed instead. Cultivation. I still have to properly increase my cultivation. Along with the increase of my cultivation, the might of the quake energy would increase as well. At that time, it would surely not be restricted to the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and when he thought up to here, he was even more persistent in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian searched the primeval forest for an entire day and night, yet didn't notice the tracks of the two little pythons, and could only leave helplessly in the end. Chapter 287. After leaving the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian returned to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian heard two Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples whispering as he walked on the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Have you heard? A monster has appeared on Migres Peak this time. One of the outer court disciples asked his companion by his side. I've heard. Supposedly, he's a new disciple that just entered our Seven-Star Sword Sect. 4th level origin core stage martial artist at around the age of 20. Such natural talent is absolutely at the top amongst the younger generation of our Seven-Star Sword Sect. The latter nodded. He just entered our Seven-Star Sword Sect and already ascended the life and death arena to kill two 4th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Too formidable. The former sighed. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he shook his head. He never imagined that the news of him killing Hua Xian and Yuan Wu yesterday had already spread throughout the Seven-Star Sword Sect today. All along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples he encountered on the way were practically discussing his deeds from yesterday. Fortunately, these Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples didn't recognize him, otherwise, he would probably be taken as a rare creature. Duan Lingtian once again walked past the chain bridge and returned to Migres Peak. Duan Lingtian was stopped by a young man around the age of 23 or 24 when he just stepped onto the Migres Peak stone platform. The young man's appearance was ordinary and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd, but Duan Lingtian didn't dare look down on him. His acute spiritual force caused Duan Lingtian to realize. This young man's cultivation was only stronger than Hua Xian and Yuan Wu. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't recognize the young man, and didn't know why the young man wanted to stop him. Could it be that he's a close friend of Hua Xian and Yuan Wu? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think in his heart. Duan Lingtian, Elder Zhao Lin asked me to come look for you. If you're sensible, hand over the thing Elder Zhao Lin wants. Otherwise, you won't have a place to stand on Migres Peak. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. Although he had heard of Duan Lingtian's deeds yesterday, he did not take it to heart. Yesterday, even if it was him, he could still kill Hua Xian and Yuan Wu who had joined hands. As a 5th level origin core stage martial artist, he had this confidence. When he heard the young man speak, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that he was sent by the outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. What are you laughing at? The young man's face darkened, and he frowned. Scram. Duan Lingtian's smile instantly vanished as he uttered a thunderous roar, causing the young man to be stunned for a while, unable to recover from the shock. You told me to scram? When the young man heard Duan Lingtian's words, his face turned blank as if he had encountered something inconceivable. Along with Duan Lingtian's explosive shout, many Migres Peak disciples in the direction of the trade hall noticed the commotion and surrounded over. It was human nature to watch a show. It's Duan Lingtian. Who is it? Actually daring to offend Duan Lingtian. Isn't this Lu Yu? Why would he go against Duan Lingtian? Senior brother Lu Yu is in existence at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Although Duan Lingtian is able to kill two 4th level Origin Core stage martial artists, he might not be a match for senior brother Lu Yu. He actually dared infuriate senior brother Lu Yu. I don't think so. On the life and death arena yesterday, in terms of attack, any one of those Hua Xian and Yuan Wu were stronger than Duan Lingtian. But in the end, weren't they still killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move? Exactly. Duan Lingtian's strength can't be inferred with common sense. I think so as well. Since he dares act like this before senior brother Lu Yu, he surely isn't afraid of senior brother Lu Yu. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded over recognized Duan Lingtian, and also recognized the young man that stopped Duan Lingtian. Lu Yu? Fifth level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man before him when he heard the discussions of these Migres Peak disciples, and his brows slightly frowned. No wonder he dared stop him. So it turned out that he was a fifth-level origin core stage outer court disciple. But that Zhao Lin underestimated him too much. Did he think that finding a fifth-level origin core stage outer court disciple would be able to intimidate him into handing over his cultivation method? Not to mention he utterly didn't have that cultivation method in his possession. Even if he did, he wouldn't give it to Zhao Lin. Lu Yu was originally completely infuriated by Duan Lingtian's words "fuck off," and now when he heard the discussions of the surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples, his face flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and his icy cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing I want, or else you'll surely regret it. The surrounding Migres Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding when they heard Lu Yu. So it turned out that this Lu Yu wanted to seize Duan Lingtian's thing. I'll surely regret it? Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard Lu Yu's threat, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that contained traces of wickedness mixed within. Then I'm curious, how will you make me regret it? You're courting death. Lu Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's attitude would be so unyielding, and his face sank as he was slightly enraged from embarrassment. I'm courting death? Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and his fierce gaze descended onto Lu Yu. Then he said in a low voice, Since you dare say this, I presume you're extremely confident of your own strength. Since it's like this, I, Duan Lingtian, invite you to battle on the life and death arena. How about it? Do you dare? Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's voice was like a thunderclap that instantly spread out. For a moment, even more Migres Peak disciples noticed the commotion and surrounded over from the trade hall. They'd recognized Duan Lingtian and Lu Yu as well. Before long, they found out about the sequence of events from the Dubhe Peak disciples that surrounded over first. Instantly, their gazes descended onto Lu Yu, as they all wanted to know how Lu Yu would respond. Lu Yu's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocative words. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian's words ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. When he thought of Duan Lingtian's deeds from yesterday and realized Duan Lingtian's confidence at this moment, he was slightly perturbed in his heart. If it was only an ordinary spar, then so what if he agreed? But Duan Lingtian now wanted to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. Once a 7-star sword sect disciple ascended the life and death arena, it meant that they were betting their lives on it. He couldn't be considered to have any deep enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the reason he came to look for Duan Lingtian today was only because the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, sent him over. As far as he was concerned, there was entirely no need to throw his life away for this matter. Of course, the most important thing was, Duan Lingtian was too mysterious. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena yesterday to witness the battle with his own 2 eyes, he'd heard of the specific course of events. Duan Lingtian only relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords with the same cultivation as him in a single move. Such methods caused one to be shocked. Duan Lingtian couldn't be judged by common sense. So, although he was confident of his strength and felt that he ought to not lose to Duan Lingtian, but he didn't dare agree to Duan Lingtian's life and death arena invitation. How could Duan Lingtian be unable to discern Lu Yu's thoughts when he saw Lu Yu's face flickering between a livid and ashen expression, and he instantly had a disdainful expression? K off. Lu Yu was still pondering when he suddenly heard Duan Lingtian's shocked shout, and he unconsciously retreated a few steps, seeming to be in a slightly sorry state. 5th level of the origin core stage? Only SOSO. Duan Lingtian glanced coldly and indifferently at Lu Yu, then laughed in ridicule, not leaving the slightest bit of face for Lu Yu. As far as he was concerned, there was no enmity between him and Lu Yu wanting to seize his cultivation method was only asking for humiliation and wasn't worthy of sympathy. Lu Yu only returned to his senses after Duan Lingtian left, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier, he was indeed afraid. afraid that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian. Before life, everything else seemed to be so unimportant, but the current Lu Yu didn't know. It wouldn't be long before he understood how wise and correct his decision today was. The surrounding crowd of Migres Peak disciples booed without end. Their faces all revealed a wisp of ridicule when they saw Lu Yu leave in a sorry state. Since this Lu Yu didn't dare accept Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, then don't try to be a big shot and offend Duan Lingtian. Now he's in a difficult position. He's simply asking for humiliation. Duan Lingtian is really awesome, scaring Lu Yu to the point he didn't even dare let out a fart. Of course, Duan Lingtian is our Migres Peak's little freak and can't be judged by common sense. Now, even if he's able to kill a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised. Duan Lingtian returned to the peak of Migres Peak, and after returning to the stalactite cave, he sat on the stone platform and cultivated in meditation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. Now, Duan Lingtian's pressing matter at hand was to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. At that time, not only would his strength obtain a swift increase, even his quake energy would obtain an increase. He was extremely curious, when he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, to what extent would his quake energy rise to Migres Peak, within a gorge that was filled with light. A middle-aged man and a young man stood facing each other. Elder Zhao Lin. I'm sorry, you should find someone else. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Lin, and a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. What? He refused you? Zhao Lin's eyes squinted, and a piercingly cold light flashed within them as he asked in a low voice. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. You didn't teach him a lesson? Zhao Lin continued. Lu Yu shook his head. Why? Zhao Lin frowned. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Lingtian killed 2 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artists yesterday, Lu Yu was a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist after all, and ought to be sufficient to deter Duan Lingtian. But now it would seem that the truth wasn't so. He invited me to battle on the life and death arena. I didn't dare gamble. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. Then he called out before turning around and leaving. Bang! Chapter 288. Since the day the 2 little pythons left, after Duan Lingtian returned, he'd always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate, and hadn't left the peak of Migres Peak. Of course, he was mostly worried that the 2 little fellows wouldn't be able to find him when they returned. Fortunately, he'd bought quite a bit of meat in the trade hall the last time, and was able to eat for a few months. Time flew by like a white steed flashing by a crack. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Stalactite Cave, on the stone platform. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged, calmly cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a trace of a dazzling sheen appeared in his eyes that spun with flowing lights. Only a little bit more and I'll be able to break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. After returning to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh, and was slightly disappointed. Those 2 little fellows wouldn't have settled down in the primeval forest, right? It's already been 2 months, and they still haven't returned. Looks like I should find some time to continue looking for them in the primeval forest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze once again descended onto his hands. Presently, although Duan Lingtian's hands were still smooth like jade as before, they weren't as white and tender as before. This was the result of him frequently going to the peak to bask in the sun during these 2 months. His skin had finally recovered to a more normal color. The current Duan Lingtian was slightly more mature than before, and was already 20 years old. It's already been 2 months. I ought to go see those 2 little girls. When he thought of Li Fei and Kerr, Duan Lingtian's face revealed a light smile. Then he stood up and left the stalactite cave. Before long, Duan Lingtian left the peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard an urgent call. With a glance, a Migres Peak disciple walked over from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his face sank slightly. Could it be that it was another person sent by that outer court elder, Zhaolin? Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared. Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that this Migres Peak disciple seemed to not be someone sent over by Zhaolin. Moreover, after the Migres Peak disciple saw him, the Migres Peak disciple seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. You are. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression, as he didn't know this Migres Peak disciple. This Migres Peak disciple was a young man with a thin and weak figure, and he looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm Hu Li's friend. Power of who? Hearing the young man's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His expression relaxed as he smiled. Power of whose friend is my friend? How should I address you? Power of who was one of the two friends he had made in the primeval forest. A forthright young man. That day, the experience in the primordial forest had also made him view Power of who as a good friend. I'm called Huchuan. Duan Lingtian, you should come with me to see Power of who. 1 month ago, he came to look for you. I waited for you with him for half a month, but you didn't appear. He only returned to Fekta Peak half a month ago. Huchuan sighed, and a wisp of dejection appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Huchuan's expression. What? Something happened to Power of who? At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian recalled that Xiao Fei, who was a member of the same small group as him, Shirlan, and Power of who in the primeval forest 2 months ago. Could it be that Xiao Fei went to look for his older brother to take revenge on Power of who? Huchuan nodded, and a trace of sorrow and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Bring me to see Power of who. What actually happened? Duan Lingtian urged Huchuan to lead the way in front, and he asked as he walked out with quick steps, and his face was filled with anxiousness. 2 months ago, in the primeval forest, Power of who risked his life to strive for a chance of survival for him. From that moment onwards, he'd taken Power of who to be a friend of life and death in his heart. Now, when he heard that something happened to Power of who, his heart burned with anxiety. At the same time, he urgently wanted to know what actually happened to Power of who whoosh. Right when Duan Lingtian and Huchuan were about to step onto the chain bridge, a figure that was swift like the wind blocked before Duan Lingtian and Huchuan. This was a young man around the age of 25, with delicate features, yet his eyes were incomparably fierce. Senior brother Tang Bai. Huchuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this young man. Meanwhile, many Migres Peak disciples saw this scene and surrounded them. It's Duan Lingtian. He's finally appeared. I thought he knew that senior brother Tang Bai was looking for him everywhere and intentionally hid himself. Senior brother Tang Bai has been looking for him for over a month, and he's finally appeared. The crowd of Migres Peak disciples that surrounded them discussed animatedly. K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes were suffused with a trace of crimson red, and he stared at the young man that blocked his way as he shouted coldly. Duan Lingtian's current thoughts were completely on Power of who. He urgently wanted to see Power of who now, and wanted to know exactly what had happened to Power of who. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is too awesome, directly asking senior brother Tang Bai to K off. He wouldn't be unaware of senior brother Tang Bai, right? Senior brother Tang Bai isn't someone that Lu Yu from 2 months ago can compare to. Senior brother Tang Bai's expression has changed. This Duan Lingtian is surely going to suffer great misfortune. I really wonder where his courage comes from. Even if he's killed 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, so what? Senior brother Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage. The group of Migres Peak disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. Although Duan Lingtian had once shocked all of them 2 months ago, as far as they were concerned, no matter how heaven-defying Duan Lingtian was, he was only a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. No matter how heaven-defying he was at most comparable to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. When facing a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, he could only be bashed. Tang Bai's face went gloomy. On Migres Peak, there hadn't been an outer court disciple that dared be so arrogant before him. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm as useless as that trash Lu Yu, right? Tang Bai looked at Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. and his eyes were piercingly cold as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and looked Tang Bai in the eye as he said in a low voice, "You came looking for me for the same reason as Lu Yu?" Tang Bai sneered. "It's good that you know. If you're sensible, then quickly hand over the thing. Otherwise, I'm not that trash Lu Yu." Duan Lingtian suddenly started laughing when he heard Tang Bai, and his face was covered in a layer of coldness. "Is that so? Since it's like this, I presume you ought to dare agree to my life and death arena agreement?" Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhao Lin would actually be so talkative. First he sent Lu Yu over, and now he sent Tang Bai over. But he was anxious to go see Hu Li now, and didn't have the time to waste his breath on Tang Bai, so he directly brought out the life and death arena, wanting to make Tang Bai retreat in the face of difficulties. Although Zhao Lin was a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, he wasn't afraid. "You want to invite me to the life and death arena?" Tang Bai was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian using the life and death arena to scare off Lu Yu 2 months ago, but as far as he was concerned, that was because Lu Yu was cowardly. No matter how mysterious this Duan Lingtian was, or how bizarre his methods were, he was only a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. In the eyes of a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist like him, a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist was no different than an ant. If he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it would be even easier than cutting grass. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the crowd of spectating Migres Peak disciples to be completely stunned. They only returned to their senses after a long time. "I didn't hear wrongly, right? This Duan Lingtian wants to invite senior brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena? Is he courting death?" The crowd of Migres Peak disciples were all shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. As far as they were concerned, no matter how brilliant his methods were, it was impossible for a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist to defeat a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. The difference between the two was the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. The strength of 20 ancient mammoths was a chasm that was difficult to surmount. "What? You dare stop me and don't dare agree to my agreement on the life and death arena?" Duan Lingtian stared coldly and indifferently at Tang Bai, then ridiculed. "If you don't dare, then quickly fuck off. I still have important matters to attend to, and I don't have time to waste my breath with you here." "What did you say?" "You said, I don't dare?" Tang Bai was amused by Duan Lingtian, and he had an arrogant smile on his face. "Duan Lingtian, since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. I promise you that I'll ascend the life and death arena to battle you. Tell me, do you want to directly go over now, or set a time for you? I can give you time to arrange your funeral. I'll battle you on the life and death arena at noon tomorrow, and it won't end until one of us dies." Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and his face was filled with killing intent. "Now, fuck off. All right, I'll wait for you on the life and death arena at noon tomorrow. I hope you won't be cowardly to the point of not daring to come at that time." Tang Bai stood at the side, and traces of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. His objective was accomplished, and his mood was incomparably carefree. As far as he was concerned, so long as he forced Duan Lingtian into a dead end, then he wasn't afraid that Duan Lingtian wouldn't hand over the thing that Elder Zhao Lin wanted. At that time, he would be able to obtain the generous reward given by Elder Zhao Lin. "I'm worried that you won't dare come." Duan Lingtian, who was burning with anxiety, brought He Chun along as he walked out in large strides, and when he heard Tang Bai, he couldn't help but sneer as he replied, "He Chun, let's go. Take me to see Hu Li." Duan Lingtian's tone was exceedingly urgent, and his figure flashed out to step on the chain bridge and head towards Dubhe Peak. "Duan Lingtian, you're too rash. That Tang Bai is a renowned outer court disciple of our Migres Peak, and is a formidable existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage." He Chun followed by Duan Lingtian's side, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually invite Tang Bai to the life and death arena to carry out a bloody battle that would not end until one side died. He was the same as the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, and all of them didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. At the same time, The entire Migres Peak started spreading the news that Duan Lingtian had invited Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena tomorrow, and that Tang Bai had agreed for a time. Migres Peak was completely seething with excitement. 2 months ago, I just happened to be in closed-door cultivation and missed that battle on the life and death arena. I must not miss it tomorrow. Truly makes one look forward to it. One is our Migres Peak's little freak. The other is our Migres Peak's renowned 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. Chapter 289. Right when all the Migres Peak disciples were looking forward to the arrival of tomorrow's life and death arena battle, Duan Lingtian and He Chun arrived at Dubhe Peak and passed through the chain bridge to step onto Fekta Peak. Fekta Peak was similar to Migres Peak. It was a sword peak where the 7-star sword sect's outer court male disciples gathered, and not a single female disciple could be seen here. Although the current Duan Lingtian could be considered to be a celebrity in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but the people that had truly seen him were only some Migres Peak disciples, and practically no Fekta Peak disciples recognized him. Under He Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian walked into a gorge that couldn't be considered to be spacious. Duan Lingtian's expression was unsightly. On the way, he'd asked He Chun about Huli many times, but He Chun would hesitate every single time, seeming to be slightly unable to speak. A bad premonition arose within his heart. When Duan Lingtian saw Huli once again, his eyes had instead instantly transformed into crimson red. Terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Huli, who did it? Duan Lingtian's voice was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. His voice contained frightening killing intent mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. He Chun, who stood by Duan Lingtian's side, was enveloped by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, and his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly retreated a few steps. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a terrified expression. The killing intent that arose from Duan Lingtian's body caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was difficult for him to imagine exactly what a young man around the age of 20 had experienced to actually be able to develop such terrifying killing intent. Duan Lingtian's body trembled intensely. At this moment, it seemed as if only Hu Li, who just hobbled out of the wooden house, remained within his gaze. Presently, Hu Li's leg was missing without a trace, and he could only rely on a single leg and a walking stick to walk now. Presently, Hu Li didn't have the drive of the past. His face was covered in messy stubble that hadn't been treated, and he stood there with a dispirited spirit. Although he was still alive, it seemed to be even more painful than death. As a martial artist, losing a leg was equivalent to having no future. Duan Lingtian. Hu Li saw Duan Lingtian's ghastly pale face slightly had a trace of vitality, and the corners of his mouth held a smile with difficulty. His smile had slight bitterness mixed within. It was Xiao's brother? Duan Lingtian's heart was trembling, and the accumulated flames of rage were about to completely explode his chest. Hu Li lightly nodded. Bring me to him. Duan Lingtian's crimson red eyes were suffused with dense killing intent, and it seemed as if he was about to swallow someone up. And Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Power of who shook his head, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't go. If you go, you will fall into their trap. If even you suffer from their revenge, Sherlan will absolutely not be able to rest in peace. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's body slightly trembled, and this man who bled but didn't shed tears couldn't help but shed 2 lines of clear tears. Men don't easily shed tears, only when they haven't been deeply hurt. Hu Li. Seeing Hu Li on the verge of collapse, Huchuan took a few steps forward and supported Hu Li. You? What did you say? Sherlan. Sherlan is dead? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and the voice coming from his throat became hoarse. He was dumbstruck on the spot, and his face was filled with disbelief. Hu Li's body twitched, and extreme hatred emerged on his face. He was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Duan Lingtian, let me tell you. Huchuan looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Xiao Fei's brother, Xiao Ying, first broke one of Hu Li's legs, then went to find Sherlan, intending to rape and defile Sherlan. Sherlan's temper is unyielding, and she would rather die than submit. She directly jumped down Alcade Peak, Although Huchuan did not continue, Duan Lingtian already knew the result. Alcade Peak, one of the 7 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect. If one were to fall down, one would die without a doubt. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body shook violently and his expression changed drastically. His outer disciple robe fluttered loudly. Shouting. Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. The anger in his heart was completely vented. After a short moment, the rage on his body was restrained, and his eyes condensed flames of rage that seemed capable of burning everything as he said in a low voice, Hu Li, take me to the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Tianji Peak, life and death arena. Power of Hu guessed Duan Lingtian's plan, and his face changed greatly. Although he'd heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena 2 months ago, he wasn't surprised. Because he knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation wasn't the 4th-level Origin Core Stage of the rumors, but was instead at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was as easy as flipping his hand to Duan Lingtian. However, Xiaoying was different. Xiaoying was a renowned, outstanding outer court disciple of Fecta Peak. His cultivation had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and his strength was extremely formidable. Supposedly, he was already charging towards the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lingtian, you've broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Power of Hu took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. The nearby He Chun was stunned. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage? Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Even if Power of Hu wanted to ask about Duan Lingtian's cultivation, he ought to ask if Duan Lingtian had broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, right? Now, he only thought that Power of Hu had made a slip of the tongue. What He Chun didn't know was that Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was indeed at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but because of certain reasons, he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and he'd even displayed it before Power of Hu. So, in the eyes of Power of Hu, Duan Lingtian had long since been at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head when faced with Power of Hu's question. His current cultivation was the same as when he was in the primeval forest, only at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he was able to exert a strength comparable to a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. No, Duan Lingtian, absolutely not. You're not a match for Xiaoying. I know you want to take revenge for me and Shirlan, but even if Shirlan was still alive, I believe she wouldn't ask you to take revenge for her now. You going to look for Xiaoying now is entirely giving your life away. Power of Hu looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian, listen to me. With your natural talent, surpassing Xiaoying in the future is only a matter of time. Endure for a few more years, and take revenge for me and Shirlan when your strength surpasses Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian understood that Power of Hu was worried about him. He never imagined that even after being harmed by Xiaoying to such an extent, Power of Hu still forcefully suppressed his hatred towards Xiaoying for the sake of his safety. Power of Hu doing this caused his heart to feel even more uncomfortable. When he saw Duan Lingtian go silent, Power of Hu thought that Duan Lingtian had accepted his opinion, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, traces of bitterness appeared on the corners of Power of Hu's mouth, and his eyes revealed boundless regret. Duan Lingtian, I've always been regretful these past few days. I regret why I helped Shirlan that day and asked you to spare Xiao Fei's life. I actually believed the oath of a shameless villain. I regret it. I regret it. Power of Hu could imagine if he'd persisted in killing Xiao Fei that day. Perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. Shirlan wouldn't have died. His leg wouldn't have been crippled. But unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The consequences of the choice that day were destined to be borne by him. Duan Lingtian raised his head and took a deep breath. His pair of crimson-red eyes didn't contain any emotions. There was only extreme icy coldness. I was wrong in this matter as well. I shouldn't have listened to your opinions that day. If I'd persisted and killed him, there wouldn't have been any of this later on. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his voice became even more hoarse. It sounded calm, but in reality, it contained anger that was suppressed to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, it has nothing to do with you. It was me and Sherlan who were too naive and mistakenly believed Xiao Fei, power of who shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart that Duan Lingtian listened to his and Sherlan's opinions that day out of respect for them. In the end, this matter was him and Sherlan's mistake, and every step after that was wrong. You, have a good rest. Duan Lingtian nodded to Power of Who, then turned around and left the gorge. Power of Who originally thought that Duan Lingtian had returned to Migres Peak, but not long after, the commotion outside the gorge caused a bad premonition to arise in his heart. He-chun, let's go take a look. When Power of Who walked out of the gorge with He-chun's support and heard the discussions outside, his face went ghastly pale. Quickly go to the life and death arena. That Migres Peak's Duan Lingtian has come and threatened to challenge our Fecta Peak's senior brother Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian? That little freak that relied on a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage to kill 2 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples at the age of around 22 months ago? It's him. Quickly go over. If we're late, there won't be any good seats left. The Fecta Peak disciples all headed towards the Fecta Peak's life and death arena in extreme haste. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you listen to my dissuasion? Power of Whose face was covered in sorrow and regret. I shouldn't have allowed Duan Lingtian to know of the matter between me and Sherlan. Power of Who never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually be so impulsive. Power of Who, even if Duan Lingtian listened to your dissuasion, he might not be able to live past tomorrow. He-chun, who stood beside Power of Who, had a bitter smile on his face. He-chun, what do you mean by this? Power of Who frowned, and his burning gaze stared at He-chun. He-chun sighed, then told Power of the matter of Duan Lingtian inviting another 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple of Migres Peak to battle on the Migres Peak's life and death arena tomorrow. Power of Who went silent when he heard this, and his brows frowned. At this moment, the worry in his heart had instead dissipated slightly. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had the confidence to deal with a 6th-level Origin Core stage martial artist? Even though the time he'd spent with Duan Lingtian wasn't long. But the feeling Duan Lingtian gave him wasn't the type of person that didn't know what was important. A trace of hope arose in his heart. I, Duan Lingtian, Migres Peak disciple, will challenge the Fecta Peak disciple, Xiao Ying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, and will fight to the death. These words were also the source of the commotion in Fecta Peak. In a short period of time, it spread throughout the entire Fecta Peak. Fecta Peak, within a spacious gorge. Brother, that Duan Lingtian really couldn't hold back. That move of yours was too brilliant. Xiao Fei, who had a broken leg, originally had a gloomy expression, but the gloomy expression on his face dispersed, and a trace of a smile of his scheme succeeding appeared on his face. So long as he really takes Sherlan and Power of Who as friends, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. But I never imagined that he would actually dare directly challenge me to a battle on the life and death arena. The young man that spoke now had a slight resemblance between his brows to Xiao Fei. Chapter 290. Brother, that Duan Lingtian isn't at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage like the rumors say. I can be sure that he was at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage 2 months ago. Moreover, he has a grade 7 spirit sword in his possession. Recalling the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Savage Leopard that day, Xiao Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble. Just a single sword strike and Savage Leopard was killed. Now, he dares invite brother to ascend the life and death arena for a battle. Could it be that he has broken through? As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei was slightly fearful. Broken through? Xiao Ying was indifferent. I'm only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. In Fecta Peak, any 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple wouldn't dare say that they can surely defeat me. Not to mention an outer court disciple that has just broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Even if he has broken through, I'm not afraid. The corners of Xiao Ying's mouth curled into a sneer, and a piercingly cold light appeared in his eyes. Today, I'll twist his head off on the life and death arena and give it to you to kick like a ball. Thank you, brother. Xiao Fei's gaze abruptly shone, as Xiao Ying's confidence caused him to be at ease. Little Fei, it's inconvenient for you to move, so don't go. Wait for brother to bring back that Duan Lingtian's head for you. Xiao Ying stood up and bid his farewells to Xiao Fei. Then his eyes emitted a trace of killing intent before turning around and leaving the gorge. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei glanced at his severed leg, and traces of cold lights flickered within his eyes. Duan Lingtian, my crippling was all caused by you. Today, my brother will take revenge for me and kill you. Ha 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 ha. After muttering to himself, Xiao Fei started laughing wildly. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of Xiao Ying bringing back Duan Lingtian's head. The Fecta Peak's life and death arena was similar to the Migres Peak's life and death arena. Both were located halfway up the mountain. After Duan Lingtian issued a challenge to Xiao Ying in the Fecta Peak's trade hall, he was led here by a group of Fecta Peak disciples. On the spacious life and death arena, Duan Lingtian silently stood there, and his eyes were calm and without light. Compared to the calmness on the surface, tempestuous waves had arisen in Duan Lingtian's heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Shirlan's voice and smile. He still remembered the first time he met Shirlan. It was Shirlan who helped him kill a ferocious beast. That passionate woman made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of her. Later on, as a woman, Shirlan was willing to use her life to pave a path for him, which shocked him greatly. She was a heroine. Duan Lingtian admired him. But now, Shirlan was dead. Shirlan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist. Shirlan was in the prime of her life and could have had a great future, but now it was all ruined. Senior brother Xiao Ying has come. Outside the life and death arena, a Fecta Peak disciple with sharp eyes saw the young man walking over from the distance, and he cried out in surprise. Instantly, the gazes of the Fecta Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena descended onto Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian noticed the commotion, and his gaze descended onto a young man in the distance that had an appearance slightly similar to Xiao Fei. This young man's age was older than Xiao Fei and was around 25 years old. Xiao Ying. Duan Lingtian calmly watched Xiao Ying ascend the life and death arena, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're Duan Lingtian? Although Xiao Ying had heard of Duan Lingtian before, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian today, as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so young. Duan Lingtian's eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Ying, as if he was deeply afraid that Xiao Ying would vanish before his eyes. You ought to be a little over 20, right? I heard from my younger brother that you were a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist 2 months ago. Now, since you have the courage to battle me, I presume you've already broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Xiao Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, needless to say, your natural talent has surprised me. But today, you're bound to die here, and die at my hands. I, Xiao Ying, am able to kill a monstrous genius in the martial Tao like you in this lifetime, and I can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Although Xiao Ying's voice wasn't loud, but practically all the Fecta Peak disciples present heard it clearly. Instantly, the surroundings of the life and death arena were in an uproar. Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Why did senior brother Xiao Ying say he's a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Moreover, Xiao Ying even said that Duan Lingtian might have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. How could this be possible? How old is this Duan Lingtian? A young man that looks to be a little over 20 at most is able to cultivate to the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, and it's already shocking. If it's the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, or even the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, how would others live? Senior brother Xiao Ying wouldn't have made a mistake, right? No matter what, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples were unwilling to believe that Duan Lingtian was a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist or a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Behind the crowd, He-chun supported Hu Li and looked from afar at Duan Lingtian, who was on the life and death arena. Hu Li, is Duan Lingtian really a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? He-chun was shocked when he heard Xiao Ying and asked in slight disbelief. 2 months ago, the strength he displayed was at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. As for the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, You saw it yourself when we were still in the gorge earlier. Duan Lingtian denied that he broke through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Huli shook his head, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with worry. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Xiaoying today, then he would never forgive himself for his entire lifetime. After all, if it wasn't for him telling Duan Lingtian about his encounter with Shirlan, Duan Lingtian wouldn't go look for Xiaoying. On the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to Xiaoying's endless chatter, and with a shake of his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Now, there was only a single thought in his heart. Kill Xiaoying and take revenge for Shirlan and Hu Li. Looks like you're already impatient to court death. The corners of Xiaoying's mouth curled into a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand as well. It was a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Whoosh! Instantly, origin energy jumped about and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiaoying's hand. Above him, 102 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and were ready to dash out at any moment. 6th level of the origin core stage, grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian. Xiaoying's face still had a smile mixed within, as if everything before him was within his control. I've already promised my brother that after I kill you, I'll twist off your head and give it to him to kick like a ball. As he finished speaking, Xiaoying's tone was mixed with dense killing intent. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that Xiaoying spoke, origin energy jumped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. In an instant, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes had condensed into form in the sky above him. He's really at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Unbelievable. A 5th level origin core stage martial artist a little over 20. Such natural talent is probably comparable to the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. The figure with natural talent comparable to the 5 great young masters has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect's younger generation. But unfortunately, he's going to die here today. Even if he utilizes a grade 7 spirit sword, he's still inferior to Xiaoying by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths. The gap is too great. There's no suspense in this battle. Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Many Fecta Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao caused them to be shocked. However, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was bound to fall on the life and death arena today. On the life and death arena, the coldness that appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even colder when he heard Xiaoying, and he spoke to Xiaoying for the first time. Kick him like a ball? Are you sure that Cripple can still kick a ball? Cripple? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Xiaoying's calm expression completely changed. His eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you leaving him in the lurch that day, how could my younger brother be crippled? Today, I'll make you pay with your life for my younger brother's leg. Then let's see if you have the ability. It just so happens that I want to take your and Xiao Fei's lives to comfort Shirlan's soul in heaven. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the flames of rage that were suppressed to the limit completely erupted. Shirlan? You're talking about that little virgin? Haha, her appearance isn't bad. I originally wanted to take advantage of her, but who would have thought that she's actually so unyielding and would rather fall off a cliff than allow me to touch her? What a pity. Xiaoying suddenly started laughing wildly and wantonly. Meanwhile, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that there was such a deep enmity between Duan Lingtian and Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian. Hu Li's expression was tense, and he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian with a worried expression. I originally thought that you ought to have broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, but who would have thought that you actually haven't broken through? Truly boring. Since it's like this, I'll send you on your way now, and allow you to reunite with that little virgin. Xiaoying looked at Duan Lingtian with a voice filled with disdain, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand skyrocketed with origin energy. Have you finished speaking? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaoying with a calm expression, and his face seemed to be carefree, but the rage in his heart couldn't be any greater. Since you're so anxious to be on your way, then I'll send you on your way. Xiao Ying sneered, then his figure flashed out, as if transforming into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The grade 7 spirit sword in Xiao Ying's hand swiftly flashed out, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that went straight for Duan Lingtian's throat. Throat-sealing sword. At the instant Xiao Ying attacked, someone exclaimed in shock as they recognized the sword skill Xiao Ying executed. So fast! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to intercept Xiao Ying's attack. Sword drawing arts. A sword light that flashed by appeared gracefully. In terms of speed, it wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Ying's throat-sealing sword. Clang! Xiao Ying's sword was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Xiao Ying never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to block his sword, and a wisp of astonishment appeared on his face. I never imagined that your sword skill would actually be so extraordinary. You only used the strength of 90 ancient mammoths to execute it, yet the speed of your sword is comparable to my throat-sealing sword executed with the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. The following content is a digression and is free of charge. Brothers and sisters that are puzzled about Duan Lingtian's current cultivation have a look, and those that aren't can directly move on to the next chapter. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's true cultivation was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. But because he'd once revealed a strength comparable to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage in the Primeval Forest, he was mistaken by Hu Li and Xiao Fei to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Before the battle between him and Xiao Ying, besides Hu Li, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Ying, the reason the other outer court disciples thought that Duan Lingtian was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage was because Duan Lingtian had held back when he killed Hua Xian and Yuan Wu, and only revealed a strength similar to an ordinary 4th level Origin Core stage martial artist. Chapter 291. The sword drawing technique was all about speed. Perhaps the might of the sword drawing arts was inferior to most high-grade profound rank sword skills. But in terms of speed, high-grade profound rank sword skills could only be compared to the sword drawing arts. Your sword skill isn't bad, but your strength isn't on the same level as mine. Before formidable strength, you're unable to stop me. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Xiao Ying's mouth as coldness arose in his eyes. His hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword shook as he prepared to use all his strength to directly blast away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and pierce through Duan Lingtian's throat. Is that so? And just in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian moved. His other hand instantly flashed out and pointed out, piercing through the clouds and mist. The finishing touch of the finishing touch. Whoosh! A piercing howl exploded as his finger pointed out towards Xiao Ying's eyes. The speed of this finger was so swift that it wasn't much slower than the sword drawing arts. Do you think you're the only one that knows martial skills other than sword skills? Xiao Ying sneered. His other hand moved as well, abruptly forming a claw. The claw tore through the sky as it grabbed towards Duan Lingtian's left hand that was pointing out. Duan Lingtian started laughing. When Xiao Ying saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, although he was slightly astonished, his claw still fiercely descended and grabbed towards Duan Lingtian. He wanted to first grab onto Duan Lingtian's left hand before exerting force with the sword in his right hand to pierce through Duan Lingtian's throat. After all, he couldn't do two things at once. Whoosh! At the instant that a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out instantly changed direction and moved to intercept Xiao Ying's claw. You overestimate your ability. Xiao Ying sneered when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, even if the claw he executed with a martial skill didn't utilize the strength of a spirit weapon, it was still powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. On the other hand, the finger that Duan Lingtian pointed out similarly didn't rely on a spirit weapon and only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian could only be crushed by him. Only when Xiao Ying's claw came down and collided with Duan Lingtian's finger did his expression change. First, he was astonished, then he felt incredulous. Immediately after, a shrill scream came from the depths of Xiao Ying's throat, as if he was in extreme pain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian pierced his finger into Xiao Ying's palm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Not only that, everyone quickly discovered that at the same time that Xiao Ying cried out miserably, his entire body started to tremble. Even the hand that was holding the sword now felt powerless, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand fell to the ground. What's going on? Looking at Xiao Ying, who was screaming miserably on the life and death arena while dancing, all the Fecta Peak disciples had a puzzled expression. They were utterly unaware of what had happened. Crackle, crackle. Soon, they heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. It's the voice coming from senior brother Xiao Ying. Oh my God! What did Duan Lingtian do to him? The expressions of all the Fecta Peak disciples went pale. And now, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Did this Xiao Ying really think that he was overestimating his ability? Earlier, his finger that seemed like the finishing touch tapped on Xiao Ying's palm, and he used quake energy to directly penetrate Xiao Ying's wrist bone. The terrifying quake energy started from Xiao Ying's wrist bone, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to the bones in Xiao Ying's entire body. Instantly, it shattered all the bones in Xiao Ying's body. Xiao Ying's body was penetrated by countless shattered bones as well, and after emitting a shrill cry, his voice stopped abruptly. Dead. When Xiao Ying died, his eyes were wide open, and he didn't know what had happened even until he died. Perhaps he was unable to figure it out even until his death. Even if Xiao Ying didn't use a spirit weapon, why was Duan Lingtian, whose strength was far inferior to his, able to execute a martial skill barehanded and kill him? Bang! Along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his hand, Xiao Ying's body was unable to hold on any longer and crashed onto the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. The surroundings of the life and death arena was deathly silent. Xiao Ying died just like that? He was killed by Duan Lingtian just like that? It was too strange. Xiao Ying and I both didn't use origin energy, and the might of his claw was comparable to the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas the might of my finger was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. It just happens to be within the scope of effect of quake energy. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Xiao Ying's corpse, and he thought in his heart as he recalled the scene from before. If he and Xiao Ying both utilized grade 7 spirit swords, then the difference in strength between him and Xiao Ying would be too great, and it would exceed the scope of effect of quake energy. Even if he utilized quake energy, it would be of no use. So, he could only choose to outsmart Xiao Ying. Make Xiao Ying give up the amplification of strength from the grade 7 spirit sword and fight barehanded with him. Of course, in Xiao Ying's eyes, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, when facing Duan Lingtian who didn't use a spirit weapon, he could still easily crush Duan Lingtian unexpectedly. Duan Lingtian instead possessed the monstrous quake energy to rely on. So long as the difference between the strength of his opponent and Duan Lingtian's strength was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, he could rely on quake energy to defeat someone stronger than him. Of course, Duan Lingtian's actions carried risks as well. If Xiao Ying had chosen to swing his sword and execute the throat-cut-throat sword to block his finger earlier, he would similarly be unable to utilize quake energy. Once it came to that time, if he wanted to kill Xiao Ying, he could only utilize an offensive inscription. It could be said that Xiao Ying's choice earlier was destined to lead to his death. Of course, even if Xiao Ying had changed his choice earlier, he was still bound to die, and it was only a change in the method of death. I still have to thank you for saving me an offensive inscription. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Ying, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, and the dense killing intent that was condensed in the depths of his eyes dissipated slightly. Sherlon, I've taken revenge for you. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart as he silently said in his heart, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wave of loud laughter broke the silence in the surroundings of the life and death arena. It was Hu Li who'd recovered from his shock, and he laughed heartily as he said in a sonorous voice, Duan Lingtian, thank you. If Sherlon is aware of this in the netherworld, she can rest in peace. Duan Lingtian nodded, then casually put away Xiao Ying's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring. Then he arrived by Hu Li's side and left the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on with Hu Li and He Chun. As they watched Duan Lingtian's group of 3 leave from afar, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples finally went into an uproar. Oh my god! This Duan Lingtian actually killed Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, and by relying on a Grade 7 Spirit Sword, he was able to exert the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. So what? Even though Duan Lingtian was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, and by relying on a Grade 7 Spirit Sword, he was only able to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths, but he still killed Xiao Ying. It's unbelievable. How the heck did this Duan Lingtian kill Xiao Ying? Too terrifying. Today, the Fecta Peak was unable to calm down. Xiao Ying, an outstanding outer court disciple of the Fecta Peak with a cultivation at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and he was a figure that could be called out in the entire 7-star Sword Sect's outer court. However, he was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed by a 5th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong. You killed Xiao Ying with a point of your finger. On the way back, the haze that had accumulated between Hu Li's brows for many days had completely vanished, and he beamed with joy and was extremely excited. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. He Chun supported Hu Li, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had undergone a tremendous change. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength would be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian, being a 5th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, had already caused him to feel incomparably shocked. When he saw Duan Lingtian kill Xiao Ying, his mood shook even more, and even now, he still hadn't completely calmed down. Hu Li, do you know where Xiao Fei lives? A trace of icy cold killing intent flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he slowly asked. Within the spacious gorge. Xiao Fei's mood was extremely good. He whistled as he lay on the lawn and basked in the sun to his heart's content. Suddenly, a wave of voices entered into his ears, causing his gaze to abruptly light up. Brother, you've returned? Xiao Fei's hands supported himself on the ground, and he spoke with delight as he sat up. But when he saw the young man that appeared before him, his face completely went pale. Duan Lingtian, weren't you having a life and death battle with my brother on the life and death arena? Why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Xiao Fei as he spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't contain any feelings. And the more he was like this, the more terrifying it was to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale, and he ceaselessly shook his head. No, impossible, impossible. How could you possibly defeat my brother? Impossible, impossible, impossible? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a ridiculing smile. What's impossible about it? 2 months ago in the primeval forest, you asked me to go fight the elephant rhino. Didn't you think it was impossible for me to survive? Xiao Fei's body trembled. Although he was still unwilling to believe that all this was true, he realized that what was done couldn't be undone. Even if he was unwilling to believe it, the facts were like this, and he was unable to change it. Bang! Xiao Fei instantly landed on the ground and lay before Duan Lingtian with a ghastly pale face. Duan Lingtian, I'm already a cripple. Let me go. Let me go. I beg you. I beg you. The scene before his eyes was extremely familiar to Duan Lingtian. 2 months ago, Xiao Fei also lay before Shirlan like this, and asked Shirlan to plead for him. Shirlan's heart also softened because of this. But the result? Shirlan died miserably. Hu Li, crippled. Xiao Fei's actions, as well as his begging for mercy, caused the hatred hidden in the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart to rise once again. His pair of eyes turned crimson red as he stared at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, do you still remember what I said to you 2 months ago? Xiao Fei's face went ghastly pale when he heard this, and his body trembled. Duan Lingtian laughed when he saw Xiao Fei's actions, and his laughter was extremely cold. Looks like you still remember clearly. I've said it before. If you dare have any devious ideas, then I'll make you die a graveless death. Duan Lingtian, spare me. I beg you. I beg you. Chapter 292. But would Duan Lingtian arouse sympathy towards Xiao Fei? Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xiao Fei, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy before him, and his heart was cold as ice. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. Whoosh! His sword flashed past, killing Xiao Fei. Hiss! Pill fire ignited, burning Xiao Fei's body into ashes, and he died a graveless death. Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest joy after successively killing Xiao Fei, and his mood was incomparably heavy. Shirlan's figure was impossible to get rid of in his mind. The woman that was filled with yearning towards the future, the woman that was filled with confidence, was gone just like that. In his eyes, even if Xiao Fei died 100 times, it still wouldn't be able to compare to Shirlan's life. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased his mood, then left the gorge and Fekta Peak. All along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Practically all the outer court disciples on Fekta Peak were now gathered at the life and death arena halfway up the mountain. After leaving Fekta Peak, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and once again arrived at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, then directly went to Alcade Peak. He arrived at the cultivation place of the two little girls with ease, yet he noticed that the spacious gorge was completely silent and overgrown with weeds. The wooden house was tainted with a layer of dust. Obviously, no one had lived here for a long time. Looks like Kerr and little Fei ought to have moved away. After leaving the gorge, Duan Lingtian inquired about the residence of the Alcade Peak Outer Court Elder Bai, from the Alcade Peak disciples, and went to look for her. Duan Lingtian met Elder Bai as he wished. Elder Bai shook her head and smiled when she saw Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Fei telling me, I still wouldn't know that the little freak of Migres Peak that gave rise to much discussion 2 months ago was actually you. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. Then he recalled the purpose of coming to Alcade Peak this time and hurriedly asked, Elder Bai, I went to the cultivation place little Fei and Xiao Fei were at, but I noticed they weren't there. Feier is staying at my place, but she's currently in closed-door cultivation. As for that little girl, Kerr, she's currently in the Alcade Hall on Dubhe Peak. Elder Bai said with a smile. Alcade Hall? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Alcade Hall is the cultivation place of our Alcade Peak's master, and it's located above the spirit point of Dubhe Peak. That place is also the best cultivation place in our 7-star sword sect. The cultivation grounds of the other peak leaders were located there too. Elder Bai slowly explained. Just like the peak master of your Migres Peak, he also has a Migres Hall there. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding and nodded. As for the best place to cultivate, Duan Lingtian did not comment. The cultivation environment of that so-called spirit cave couldn't possibly compare to the stalactite cave he was currently living in. How is Kerr? Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai and asked with concern. Don't worry, the peak master is extremely fond of his closed-door disciple, Kerr. There's one thing that you're right about. 1 month ago, Kerr broke through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. As Elder Bai spoke up to hear, she glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Elder Bai, little Fei ought to be about to break through, right?
Yes.
Elder Bai's face revealed a gratified smile, and she was more and more satisfied with that disciple of hers. Feier is in closed-door cultivation this time precisely because she's preparing to charge into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. If you don't have anything urgent, although Elder Bai didn't continue speaking, Duan Lingtian was still able to understand what Elder Bai meant. Don't worry, Elder Bai, I don't have anything urgent. Since little Fei is at the critical juncture of breaking through, I won't disturb her, and I'll come see her next time. Okay. Elder Bai nodded in satisfaction when she saw Duan Lingtian being so sensible. Elder Bai. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something, and under Elder Bai's puzzled gaze, he asked, Do you know about the matter of a female disciple of your Alcade Peak being forced to fall off a cliff to her death? Elder Bai nodded. I know. Alcade Peak didn't do anything about this matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. After that shouting caused the death of Shirlan, he seemed to still be living very freely and wasn't affected in the slightest. I was furious about that matter as well. But she jumped off the cliff herself after all. Moreover, that Fekta Peak disciple didn't succeed. Coupled with that Fecta Peak disciple being a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and the Fecta Peak was extremely protective of him. Elder Bai shook her head and sighed. In this world, strength represents the nobility of life. If that female disciple that jumped off the cliff was also a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, then our Alcade Peak would surely investigate this matter to the end. Just because she's dispensable to Alcade Peak. So Alcade Peak gave up on her just like this? Traces of coldness abruptly arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. His heart was cold like ice. This is the irresistible trend. Although I personally sympathize with her, but I'm powerless. What, you know her? As she finished speaking, Elder Bai asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. If she's your friend, and you have that layer of relationship with Kerr, if you ask her to ask the Peak Master to step forward, then you can punish that Fecta Peak disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Lingtian as she slowly spoke. There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that even if the Alcade Peak's Peak Master stepped forward, she might not sentence Xiaoying to death. At most, it would be a heavy punishment. Now, he'd already killed Xiaoying and took revenge for Shirlan, so there was no need to rely on anyone. There's no need? Elder Bai didn't understand what Duan Lingtian meant. You'll know very soon. Elder Bai, since little Fei is cultivating, then I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells, then turned and left, only leaving behind Elder Bai with a bewildered expression standing on the spot. What did this little fellow mean by what he said earlier? After an hour, a piece of news spread throughout Alcade Peak, causing Elder Bai to be dumbstruck. The Migres Peak Outer Court disciple, Duan Lingtian, used a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage to kill the 6th level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak Life and Death Arena. Now, Elder Bai finally understood why Duan Lingtian would say there was no need. He'd taken revenge for that Alcade Peak female disciple himself. She remembered that the Fecta Peak disciple that caused the death of that female disciple was Xiaoying. Xiaoying died just like that? As expected of the Migres Peak's little freak, the corners of Elder Bai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Then she shook her head and muttered to herself. Fei has found an extraordinary man, only 20 years old, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. It was shocking. At the same time that the news of Duan Lingtian killing Xiaoying spread to Alcade Peak, it also spread to Migres Peak, F***K. Duan Lingtian killed the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying? It can't be. This is too exaggerated. Unbelievable. No wonder he dared invite Senior Brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena. I wonder if Senior Brother Tang Bai still dares to ascend the life and death arena tomorrow. I think it's a little difficult. Senior Brother Tang Bai's strength might not be stronger than that Xiaoying. We'll naturally know tomorrow if Senior Brother Tang Bai dares to ascend the life and death arena. The entire Migres Peak was seething with excitement because of this news. All the Migres Peak disciples were brimming with energy and vigor. Duan Lingtian's actions could be considered to have brought honor to Migres Peak, and as Migres Peak disciples, they all felt that they had gained a great deal of face. At least, when they stood before Migres Peak disciples in the future, once this matter was mentioned, the Migres Peak disciples were bound to be inferior to them. At the peak of Migres Peak, within the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone platform, calming his heart and cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body roiled, ceaselessly charging towards the bottleneck of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage over and over again, as if he didn't know exhaustion. After an unknown amount of time, bang! Finally, the roiling origin energy broke through the bottleneck and completed a new transformation. And at this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes as well. His eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his entire body was brimming with energy and vigor. I've broken through. A delighted smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He lightly clenched his fist. Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 81 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Just like before, after he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was an entire 11 ancient mammoths, more than an ordinary 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. My current strength is even stronger than a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. It's one ancient mammoth more than a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. Right. I still have an appointment with Tang Bai to the life and death arena today. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian finally recalled the proper business and hurriedly left the stalactite cave and leaped onto the peak of the mountain. He glanced at the horizon and noticed that there was still some time before noon. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. I'm still in time. Duan Lingtian left the peak of Migres Peak and flashed towards the life and death arena halfway up the mountain, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind. Now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the origin core stage, the quake energy ought to have improved, but I wonder how much stronger it is. On the way, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Just right, so long as that Tang Bai dares ascend the life and death arena. I'll only use the strength of an ordinary 5th-level origin core stage martial artist and use the quake energy to properly play with him. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes abruptly shone. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Presently, it was almost noon. Duan Lingtian noticed that the surroundings of the life and death arena were now surging with an incomparably vast stream of people. There were even many new faces. There are so many people on Migres Peak? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw so many people. These people practically filled the entire platform, forming a dense mass. Why haven't Duan Lingtian and senior brother Tang Bai arrived yet? Yeah, it's almost noon, and they actually haven't arrived yet. Duan Lingtian had only just approached the crowd when he heard waves of discussion. It's Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, someone noticed Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the crowded crowd automatically opened up a path for Duan Lingtian, a path that led to the life and death arena. After Duan Lingtian ascended the life and death arena, he started to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 293. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Noon arrived as scheduled. The vast platform where the life and death arena was located was completely silent. Tang Bai hasn't come yet? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars in the sky. His gaze landed outside the vast platform, but he didn't find any trace of Tang Bai. It's already noon, and Tang Bai hasn't come yet. He probably doesn't dare to come. I guessed right. Tang Bai is scared. Duan Lingtian just killed Xiao Ying of Fecta Peak yesterday. Xiao Ying's strength is not weaker than Tang Bai's, so it's normal that he doesn't dare to come. Yesterday, he was still showing off in front of the Duan Lingtian, saying that the Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare to come. Now, he's the one who doesn't dare to come. It's like slapping your own face. How embarrassing. A commotion broke out around the life and death ring. There are also female disciples. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed around the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were many female outer court disciples amongst the surrounding crowd, and all of them were disciples of Alcade Peak. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. Looks like the people from the other peaks have come to Migres Peak to watch the show. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After waiting for a while, Tang Bai still didn't appear. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and didn't wait any longer. He directly jumped off the life and death arena and left. He was not surprised that Tang Bai did not come. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, it meant that one would not rest until one was dead. Tang Bai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tang Bai had agreed to fight him in the arena of life and death yesterday because he was confident in himself. He felt that he could snatch the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll from his hands. Now that the matter of him killing the Fecta Peak's 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, had spread out, Tang Bai refrained from taking action for fear of breaking the vases and didn't dare come. And this was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian's emotions did not fluctuate much. From the beginning, he did not take Tang Bai seriously. Moreover, Duan Lingtian also knew that. After the incident today, Tang Bai was bound to have a notorious reputation that spread far and wide. and he would be despised by all the 7-star sword sect disciples. A person who agreed to a battle of life and death but didn't dare to show up was undoubtedly a coward. Such a person wouldn't have great achievements in the martial way. When Duan Lingtian left, he could hear the discussions behind him. Undoubtedly, they were denouncing Tang Bai. In the spacious canyon, the scorching sun shone down, making everything in the canyon seem to be covered in a layer of gold. Elder Xiaolin, you didn't tell me that he could even kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. A young man of about 25 years old with delicate features had an extremely ugly expression. His body trembled slightly as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and said in a deep voice. He knew that after today, he would no longer have any reputation in the 7-star sword sect. He was destined to become the object of disdain by everyone. This made him feel both sullen and resentful. All of this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Tang Bai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, intentionally wanted to harm you? Zhao Lin's face sank, and cold lights flickered within his eyes that were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he was caught off guard by what had happened yesterday. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to kill a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Such strength caused one's heart to tremble. He suddenly realized that it wasn't so easy for him to obtain the miraculous cultivation method in Duan Lingtian's possession, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Sorry, Elder Xiaolin, I was too agitated earlier. Tang Bai took a deep breath and hurriedly changed his words when he saw Zhao Lin enraged and even aroused killing intent towards him. Only now did he realize that the person standing before him was an outer court elder of Migres Peak, an existence at the void prying stage. Killing him was even easier than cutting grass. He didn't dare bear grudges against Zhao Lin. His heart filled with hatred turned towards another direction. Duan Lingtian. After Tang Bai left, Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring sheen, and his voice was low and oppressive. Duan Lingtian, I truly never imagined that you, a mere young man a little over 20, would actually possess such formidable strength. Looks like my guess was right. The value of the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll that Duan Lingtian cultivated isn't inferior to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's heart was even more difficult to restrain. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian was able to possess such strength at such an age was all because he cultivated the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Since no outer court disciple is able to do anything to you, then I can only make a move myself. I don't believe that I won't be able to find an opportunity to kill you. So long as I destroy the evidence, who would know that I killed you? Zhao Lin muttered to himself, and his eyes emitted extreme greed and dense killing intent. After Duan Lingtian left the life and death arena of Migres Peak, he didn't return to the stalactite cave, but instead went Effecta Peak once again. He found Hu Li, what plans do you have in the future? Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Li and asked in a low voice. The current Hu Li wasn't dispirited like before. He was in high spirits, and wasn't the slightest bit discouraged because of his crippled leg. I'm a cripple now. Even if the 7-star sword sect won't expel me for now, but when I'm 30, I'm bound to be unable to become an inner court disciple and will similarly be expelled. So, I've decided to return home. You're going back like this. Although he knew that Hu Li's choice was rational, but when he saw Hu Li's crippled leg now, Duan Lingtian still couldn't help but sigh. He could imagine that after Hu Li became a 7-star sword sect disciple, his family would surely be extremely happy and would think that Hu Li would soar into the sky. But now, Hu Li had instead returned with a crippled body and would surely have to endure extremely great pressure. Don't worry. Hu Li laughed heartily when he perceived Duan Lingtian's worry. Isn't it only a leg? Unless it's a martial artist with the same cultivation as me, or a freak like you, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat me. Duan Lingtian nodded, and when he saw Hu Li being so cheerful, he felt at ease. I'll send you back? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before speaking out. No need. I've already written a letter to return home some time ago, and my family ought to have arrived in a few days. Duan Lingtian, cultivate properly. In another 3 months, It'll be the 7-Star Sword Sect's Outer Court Martial Competition. At that time, you'll take first place and allow me to brag at home." As Hu Li finished speaking, he laughed heartily and didn't seem like a person that had lost a leg in the slightest. Although he knew that half of what Hu Li said was a joke, Duan Lingtian still nodded with a serious expression. "Don't worry, I'll surely take first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition. No one is able to stop my footsteps." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of firmness. This was his promise to Hu Li. "What are you being so serious for? Don't worry. So long as the 7-Star Sword Sect doesn't change the rules of the Outer Court Martial Competition, then the Outer Court disciples that participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition would at most be at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. You even killed Xiaoying. Could it be that you're afraid of other 6th level Origin Core stage disciples?" Hu Li was extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian. "So, you're sure to take first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition?" Duan Lingtian nodded, then accompanied Hu Li for a while, and before he left, he withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Hu Li. "Hu Li, take this." "What medicinal pill is this?" Hu Li received the medicinal pill bottle with a curious expression. "This isn't a medicinal pill, it's a drop of wine." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he slowly spoke. "A drop of wine?" Hu Li was first stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian, then he scolded with a smile. "You're really stingy. How do you want me to drink a drop of wine?" Hu Li pulled out the cork of the medicinal pill bottle as he spoke. Along with the dense fragrance of wine drifting out, Hu Li's body shook, and he hadn't finished speaking when he looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. "Duan Lingtian, what wine is this?" Earlier, when he smelled the wine fragrance, Hu Li felt the origin energy in his body roil, and it almost allowed him to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Although he didn't break through, Hu Li had a feeling that if he consumed this drop of wine within the medicinal pill bottle, he would absolutely be able to instantly break through. "Monkey King wine." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. "Monkey King wine?" Hu Li was stunned. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Hu Li hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, and he instantly explained. "Then have you heard of the monkey wine?" "Of course I've heard of it, that's a good thing. Could it be that this Monkey King wine is related to the monkey wine?" Hu Li's eyes shone, and he was slightly excited. The monkey wine was an existence of legend, and he'd only seen records of it in some ancient books. "Didn't you say I was stingy earlier? I'll let you drink to your heart's content with this jug of wine." Duan Lingtian withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Hu Li. "This wine fragrance." Hu Li's gaze shone. Although the wine fragrance of this jug of wine was far inferior to the Monkey King wine, it was still able to cause the origin energy in his body to become restless. "This is the monkey wine." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Drink it and try it." "This is the monkey wine?" Hu Li stared, yet he didn't directly drink the monkey wine, and instead looked at the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. Although he hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, he was extremely sure that this drop of Monkey King wine was absolutely much more precious than this jug of monkey wine. Duan Lingtian guessed Hu Li's thoughts when he saw Hu Li's reaction, and he lightly smiled. "Hu Li, you can directly drink the monkey wine to cultivate. If nothing unexpected happens, it ought to be able to assist you to break through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. As for the Monkey King wine, properly store it away." "Duan Lingtian, don't keep me in suspense. What exactly is the use of this Monkey King wine?" Hu Li rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian as he asked anxiously. "The Monkey King wine has a medicinal effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, yet is stronger than the Void Advancement Pill. The Monkey King wine doesn't have the side effects of the Void Advancement Pill." Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath when he saw Hu Li was anxious, and he directly spoke. "Once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, one would have no fate with the Void Initiation stage in one's lifetime, and one would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage. Consuming the Monkey King wine, however, wouldn't have this side effect." "What?" Chapter 294. Although Power of Who hadn't seen a Void Advancement Pill, he'd heard of it. Void Advancement Pill, a Grade 5 medicinal pill, a precious medicinal pill capable of allowing a half-step void stage martial artist to directly step into the void prying stage. Its value was extraordinary. Now, the drop of Monkey King wine in his hand actually possessed the medicinal effect of a void advancement pill, and it didn't have the side effects of a void advancement pill? Didn't that mean that this drop of Monkey King wine was even more precious than a void advancement pill? Power of whose breathing became hurried, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and passed the medicinal pill bottle that contained the drop of Monkey King wine back to Duan Lingtian, this Monkey King wine is too precious, I can't accept it. I'm satisfied to be able to drink this Monkey King wine in my lifetime. As he finished speaking, Power of who laughed slyly, and he had a simple and honest expression as he looked at the wine jug in his other hand. You really don't want it? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile as he received the medicinal pill bottle. I don't want it. Power of who shook his head, then raised his hand to place the mouth of the wine jug against his mouth and drank the Monkey King wine. After only drinking a mouthful, Power of whose eyes couldn't help but stare. Then he put down the wine jug and closed his eyes. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Power of who was cultivating to dissolve the medicinal effect of the Monkey King wine. When Power of who opened his eyes once more, a strand of bright light flashed within his eyes. You broke through just like that? Duan Lingtian stared blankly at Power of who, and relying on his acute spiritual force, he noticed the minute changes that occurred on Power of whose body. I was originally only one step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. Now that I've drunk the Monkey King wine, I've directly broken through in one go. Power of who smiled, then looked at the jug of Monkey King wine in his hand, as if he'd obtained a precious treasure, and he stared without blinking, as if he was deeply afraid the Monkey King wine would vanish into thin air from his hand. You really don't want this drop of Monkey King wine? With it, relying on your natural talent, so long as you step into the half-step void stage in the future, you'll be able to break through to the void prying stage in one go. Duan Lingtian shook the bottle of Monkey King wine in his hand, and the smile on his face deepened. When Power of who heard this, he reluctantly looked at the pill bottle. In the end, he shook his head and said, You should keep it for yourself. I think you don't have much Monkey King wine left. In the future, you will come in handy. Duan Lingtian did not expect that Power of who was still thinking about him when faced with such a great temptation. His heart warmed slightly. Power of who was indeed worthy of being a friend whom he regarded as a friend of life and death. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Keep it. Although I don't have much Monkey King wine, it's enough. Ignoring Power of whose objection, Duan Lingtian stuffed the pill bottle into Power of whose hand, then turned around and left. I'm leaving. I have some things to do. When you're leaving, I won't be sending you off. I'll tell Huchuan your home address and have her pass it on to me. I'll visit you when I'm free. At the same time that Duan Lingtian left, he raised his hand and waved, which could be considered as bidding farewell to Power of who. Although he was slightly disappointed in his heart, he understood that all good things must come to an end. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Looking at Duan Lingtian's leaving figure, Power of who took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Glancing at the Monkey King wine and monkey wine in his hand, his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian's gift was too heavy. When he saw Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappear before his eyes, Power of whose eyes squinted and shone with traces of bright light as he muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian, don't worry. Even if one of my legs is crippled, I won't remain silent. The next time we meet, I'll surely make you look at me in a different light. At this moment, Power of whose martial Tao will was firm like a sharp sword, as if it could destroy everything. And it was precisely because of this determination of his that when Duan Lingtian saw him again after many years, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Who? After leaving the gorge that Power of who was at, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes, when faced with parting, Duan Lingtian still felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. I'll go look for those 2 little fellows that caused me to worry. After Duan Lingtian left Fekta Peak, he didn't return to Migres Peak, but instead directly walked down Dubhe Peak. After walking out of the sect, He once again headed towards the primeval forest that fierce beasts and demon beasts roamed freely. After Duan Lingtian entered the primeval forest, his speed increased. Practically all the fierce beasts he encountered on the way were blasted apart by a single punch of his, even to the extent that he didn't use his martial skills or quake energy. Finally, along with him ceaselessly going deeper, the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger, and there were even many 6th-level origin core stage fierce beasts. Practically all these fierce beasts had their throats slit by a single strike of his sword. With the strength Duan Lingtian currently grasped, once he executed the sword-drawing arts, the speed of his sword was so swift that even 6th-level origin core stage fierce beasts were unable to react in time. It's time to try out the quake energy. Duan Lingtian's gaze spun, and his figure flashed out. Spirit Serpent movement technique, continuing to go deeper. Roar. A deafening roar entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, shaking Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point it hurt, as if thunder pierced his ears. Bang! An enormous fierce beast came from afar, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, it descended before Duan Lingtian. As the fierce beast dashed, the ground shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were swaying. In the sky, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes even appeared. 7th-level origin core stage fierce beast. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart, and he seriously sized up the fierce beast before him. This was an enormous tiger. Its entire body was covered in pitch black and shiny fur. Specks of sunlight passed through the envelopment of the forest and dotted its body, causing its fur to flicker with a dazzling sheen. Relying on the erudite memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian recognized this tiger-type fierce beast with a single glance. Black Tiger. 7th-level origin core stage fierce beast. This black tiger was most adept in speed and strength, and its defensive strength was slightly weak. Of course, saying its defensive strength was weak was only compared to other 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts. Roar. The black tiger's dark gray eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, and it opened its bloody mouth to emit a threatening low roar, as if warning Duan Lingtian to leave its territory. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, and his eyes sized up the black tiger before him with interest. When the black tiger saw Duan Lingtian smiling, it thought that Duan Lingtian was provoking it, and it roared furiously before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. Then it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. The black tiger's fangs flickered with a sharp and icy cold sheen. If one was bitten, one would die without a doubt. So fast. The black tiger's speed relied on the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to spur on, and it was far from something Duan Lingtian's current speed could compare to. At the instant the black tiger pounced over, Duan Lingtian didn't dodge, and instead leaped on the spot, perfectly dodging the black tiger's bloody mouth and dodging its sharp fangs. Bang! The black tiger pounced empty air, and a trace of rage appeared within its dark gray eyes. Roar! The black tiger roared in a low voice. Then it turned its head and once again bit towards Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian attacked. The strength of 81 ancient mammoths exploded out completely, not holding back in the slightest. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and the dragon's finishing touch gave rise to a wave of piercing howls as it pointed onto the black tiger's head. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold. Quake energy. Instantly, the origin energy on the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger violently jumped, and the frequency became faster and faster. Pooh! Under the assistance of the quake energy, Duan Lingtian's finger seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that easily penetrated between the black tiger's brows, and fresh blood splattered out as it continued to point onto the black tiger's skull. Roar! The black tiger emitted a miserable low roar, and its enormous body abruptly shook as it wanted to resist. But unfortunately, its resistance was too late. Along with Duan Lingtian's finger descending and pointing onto the black tiger's skull, the terrifying quake energy instantly shattered the black tiger's skull, and it continued to spread throughout the bones of the black tiger's entire body. Crackle, crackle. Crack? The ear-piercing sound of bones fracturing gradually suppressed the black tiger's low roar that was gradually becoming dispirited. Bang! Not long after, the black tiger's enormous body crashed onto the ground, and it completely lost all signs of life. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up as he looked at the black tiger's fallen corpse, and he was slightly excited. I never imagined that the quake energy had improved so much. Duan Lingtian's finger earlier had relied on all his strength, the strength of 81 ancient mammoths, whereas the black tiger instead possessed the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Compared to it, Duan Lingtian was lacking the strength of an entire 19 ancient mammoths. If it was the quake energy of the past, it would be impossible for it to have any effect on the black tiger, but now, it had instead easily killed the black tiger. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had greatly increased. In the past, the effect of the quake energy could only be manifested on an opponent with a strength of less than 10 ancient mammoths. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy of the past was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, based on the current situation, even though there was a difference of 19 ancient mammoths between Duan Lingtian and the black tiger, the quake energy still displayed its effect. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had already expanded to the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. As for the specifics, it still required Duan Lingtian to test it himself. After Duan Lingtian collected the black tiger's beast core, he continued going deeper. Subsequently, he successively encountered 3 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and completely tested out the scope of effect of the quake energy he possessed now. The scope of effect of the quake energy now was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, when Duan Lingtian used the quake energy to kill the black tiger earlier, it just happened to be the limit of the scope of effect of the quake energy now. With my current strength, relying on the quake energy, I'm practically invincible below the 7th level of the origin core stage. If a 7th level origin core stage martial artist doesn't use a spirit weapon, or if their spirit weapon is inferior to my spirit weapon, then they aren't a match for me. Duan Lingtian slightly pondered in his heart as he pondered. Of course, he knew as well that the situation at the back was fine in other places, but if it was in the 7-star sword sect, it was practically impossible. Practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples at the 7th level of the origin core stage and above possessed a grade 7 spirit sword. In terms of spirit weapons, he didn't have any advantage. The current him facing a 7th level origin core stage disciple of the 7-star sword sect was the same as when he faced the Fecta Peaks Xiao Ying with a cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage, unless he was able to make his opponent abandon his sword. Chapter 295. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was still very satisfied with his current strength. Even if it was in the outer realm, his accomplishments at such an age could be considered to be not bad. Of course, it could only be considered to be not bad. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, there were many powerhouses in the foreign lands. Some forces had even been passed down for 10,000 years. The descendants of those forces were extremely powerful. Some of the geniuses among geniuses had even broken through to the nascent soul stage when they were at Duan Lingtian's current age. Of course, the reason these people's cultivation base rose so quickly was because they had the best cultivation resources. Although they did not have the medicinal pills with 90% purity that Duan Lingtian refined to assist their cultivation, they had various spirit fruits collected by the forces they belonged to. Those spirit fruits were treasures of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. They were extremely rare. It could be said that the strength of those geniuses was piled up with treasures of heaven and earth that ordinary people could not imagine. My current innate talent can be considered to be at the top even in the entire Cloud continent. As long as I'm strong enough in the future, I'll be able to leave the Darkhan dynasty and head to the foreign lands and obtain the great treasure that the reincarnation Emperor Wu left for his 3rd reincarnation. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly excited. The reincarnation Emperor Wu cultivated the 3 lives rebirth technique and had to go through 3 reincarnations before he could cultivate it to perfection. Therefore, The reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind many treasures in his first reincarnation for his second reincarnation. In his second reincarnation, the reincarnation Emperor Wu relied on the treasures he left behind in his first reincarnation to cultivate to the peak of the Emperor Wu in the shortest amount of time possible. In his second reincarnation, when the reincarnation Emperor Wu planned to cultivate the 3 lives rebirth technique for his third reincarnation, he also left behind many treasures. Those treasures covered a myriad of things. There were countless precious materials and spirit fruits. There were even many royal-grade medicinal pills and royal-grade spirit weapons that ordinary people could not imagine. There were also powerful inscriptions that could be said to be heaven-defying. Apart from these, there were many other things. There were countless of them. The reincarnation Emperor Wu stored all the treasures in a spatial ring that was a royal-grade spirit weapon. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the space within that spatial ring was even larger than his courtyard house in the inner city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Every time he read this memory of Samsara Emperor Wu, he couldn't help but feel excited, because these things would belong to him in the future. Emperor Wu of Samsara probably never thought that everything he had prepared for his third life would end up in my hands. Gradually, Duan Lingtian suppressed the restlessness in his heart. To him, the things left behind by Samsara Emperor Wu were too frightening. Those things were practically top-notch items in Cloud Continent. For example, royal-grade medicinal pills, royal-grade spirit artifacts. During the 2 eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's 2 lives, only he could refine these things. Even now, Cloud Continent might not have royal-grade alchemists and royal-grade weapons craftsmen, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the 2 eras of Samsara Emperor Wu's life, not to mention royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen, there weren't even quasi-royal-grade alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Under Samsara Emperor Wu, the strongest alchemists and weapons craftsmen were only grade 1 alchemists and weapons craftsmen. I, Duan Lingtian, will surely stand at the peak of Samsara Emperor Wu's past. No, I'll surpass the former Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually became firm. In the depths of his heart, he had made a resolution that no one and nothing could shake. What am I thinking of? After returning to his senses, Duan Lingtian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted to God knows where. I wonder where those 2 little fellows are now. Even if I rely on my grade 7 spirit sword and quake energy, I'll at most be able to hunt 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts. If I go deeper, there'll surely be nascent soul stage fierce beasts. With my current strength, it's difficult to deal with nascent soul stage fierce beasts. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. After going deeper slightly, he stopped and started to search the surroundings to see if he was able to notice the traces left behind by the 2 little pythons. As for going deeper, Duan Lingtian temporarily gave up on the thought of going deeper. Although he could rely on the bone corrosion inscription to kill nascent soul stage fierce beasts, a single bone corrosion inscription was worth a few million silver. He couldn't use the bone corrosion inscription all the way. Although he had quite a bit of wealth in his possession, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Moreover, he only had a lot of cash within his spatial ring, but the materials to inscribe the bone corrosion inscription weren't many. At most, it was only enough to inscribe 50 or 60 bone corrosion inscriptions. 2 little fellows that caused trouble. When I find the 2 of you, I'll surely teach the 2 of you a good lesson. With a helpless mood, Duan Lingtian continued to go deeper and started to search the primeval forest. All along the way, he encountered many 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts. The strength of these 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts was comparable to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. However, Chu Yang relied on his own strength of 81 ancient mammoths and the amplification of his grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack, and it instead attained the strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Relying on quake energy, even a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast would find it difficult to block a sword strike of his. Of course, once he encountered some 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts that were adept in speed and concealment, Duan Lingtian would be in an extremely sorry state. Needless to say, the primeval forest was really extremely large. Duan Lingtian circled around the outer area of the primeval forest and spent 10 days and 10 nights, During these 10 nights, he slept in the open in the primeval forest. After 10 days, Duan Lingtian had practically turned the outer area of the primeval forest upside down. But in the end, he still didn't find even a trace left behind by the two little pythons. Forget it. I'll wait for those two little fellows to return by themselves. They ought to have entered the inner area of the primeval forest. Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest, intending to return to the Seven-Star Sword sect. On the way out of the primeval forest, he could occasionally see some people hunting fierce beasts, and looking at the attire of these people, they were all Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect and arrived at the entrance. After walking through the entrance, Duan Lingtian ascended the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Whoosh! A wave of piercingly cold wind sounded out ahead, causing Duan Lingtian, who was walking in the middle of the mountain path, to frown, and when he raised his head, he saw a figure that was swift like lightning flashing down from the mountain. Although this person's speed was extremely swift, Duan Lingtian still saw his appearance. This was a young man with slightly warped and hideous features, and a pair of triangular eyes that caused Duan Lingtian to have a feeling of déjà vu. Duan Lingtian saw the symbol on the young man's attire. Just like him, the young man was also an outer court disciple. But when this outer court disciple dashed, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above him. 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Noticing that the young man seemed to have an urgent matter, Duan Lingtian moved to the side. But even then, when the young man flashed past Duan Lingtian's side, the strong wind that was stirred up still caused Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire to flutter. Duan Lingtian frowned and continued walking up the mountain. Then he passed through the chain bridge to return to Migres Peak. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian noticed a burning gaze descending onto him. Duan Lingtian looked over. It was a Migres Peak disciple with an ordinary appearance. This Migres Peak disciple hurriedly lowered his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze sweeping over. Relying on his acute spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to determine. This Migres Peak disciple's cultivation was at most at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. When he was about to return to the peak of Migres Peak, he noticed that the Migres Peak disciple had actually silently followed him from behind. Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force noticed the Migres Peak disciple following him at the first possible moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a sneer. So long as it wasn't an existence at the void-prying stage following him, he could rely on his acute spiritual force and anti-tracking methods to easily notice the other party. Duan Lingtian intentionally walked into a remote path, then went around to the back of a forest. As expected, that Migres Peak disciple followed him. Where's he? In next to no time, that Migres Peak disciple noticed that after his target took a turn here, he actually vanished into thin air. Instantly, his face revealed a trace of bewilderment. Are you looking for me? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was concealed nearby, walked out from the nearby forest, and when he saw the Migres Peak disciple with a panicked expression, his tone was terrifyingly calm. No. At the same time that this Migres Peak disciple was panicked, he hurriedly denied it. What a joke. Although the young man before him was younger than him, his strength wasn't something that he could compare to. Even an existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage died at the hands of this young man, let alone him, a mere 3rd level origin core stage martial artist. So, before this young man, he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing, because he knew that even if he wanted to flee, he wouldn't be able to. No. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard the Migres Peak disciple, and a dense killing intent extended out from his body, as if transforming into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped the Migres Peak disciple before him. Instantly, the Migres Peak disciple's face went ghastly pale, and he felt as if he was in an azurous field. The icy coldness that penetrated straight into his heart caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and he hurriedly circulated his origin energy to resist. Only then did he slightly warm up. Who asked you to follow me? Duan Lingtian looked at this Migres Peak disciple and asked once more, and his tone had an additional sense of coldness. I didn't follow you. The Migres Peak disciple gritted his teeth and forcefully endured it, then spoke with a trembling voice. Pig-headed. When he saw this Migres Peak disciple had no intention of letting go, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a string of afterimages. Bang! Chapter 296. After kicking the Migres Peak disciple flying, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to follow up. When the Migres Peak disciple wanted to crawl up, Duan Lingtian raised his leg and fiercely descended onto the Migres Peak disciple's chest, stomping him back down. Bang! The Migres Peak disciple's body once again fell onto the ground, and he was shaken to the point his face went ghastly pale, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and terror. Who sent you here? Duan Lingtian's tone was still calm, but his gaze that became even more icy cold undoubtedly told this Migres Peak disciple that he already didn't have much patience. No one really sent me here. Really? The Migres Peak disciple's gaze squinted, and he hesitated for a moment, seeming to have some misgivings as he spoke with a panicked expression. Very good. When he saw the Migres Peak disciple still being stubborn at a time like this, Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand, and it flickered with an icy cold light. No, don't. The Migres Peak disciple's pupils constricted and his face went pale when he saw Duan Lingtian withdraw his sword. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you still don't speak, then I'll kill you with a single strike. You ought to know that even though the 7-Star Sword sect has a prohibition that fellow disciples aren't allowed to kill each other under the life and death arena, but so long as no one sees me kill you, I'll be fine. Duan Lingtian weighed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, then lightly extended his other hand to stroke the blade of the blade, as if he was gently stroking his lover. Duan Lingtian's words that didn't contain the slightest emotion entered into the ears of the Migres Peak disciple, causing his face to go pale, and traces of terror were mixed within his eyes. He naturally knew that what Duan Lingtian said was true. If he really died here, then with the remoteness of this place, even if someone discovered his corpse, it would probably be a matter of many days later. At that time, no matter how deep the 7-Star Sword sect's resources and reserves were, and no matter how formidable the strength of the sect higher-ups was, it would be impossible to find out who killed him. Therefore, even if he were to be killed by Duan Lingtian here today, it would be a meaningless death. 5 more breaths of time. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the panicked eyes of the Migres Peak disciple, and a wisp of a bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. The sword in his hand cooperated with the Migres Peak disciple to form a sword flower that was dazzling and gorgeous. 3 more breaths of time. After 2 breaths, Duan Lingtian's voice turned even colder. The sword in his hand was raised slightly, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. I'll talk. Finally, this Migres Peak disciple was unable to endure the pressure Duan Lingtian brought to his mind, and he spoke with a terrified expression. His tone was incomparably flustered, as he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, Duan Lingtian's sword would mercilessly descend. Speak. Duan Lingtian looked at the Migres Peak disciple and said coldly, If I discover that you're lying, then don't blame my sword for being merciless. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare lie. The Migres Peak disciple was frightened to the point he spoke without thinking, and after he caught his breath, he continued, It was Elder Xiaolin who asked me to monitor your whereabouts. So long as I see you appear, I have to report to him at the first possible moment. Besides that, he also said that if I'm able to find out where you cultivate, then he'll bestow me an additional 10,000 gold. Xiaolin? Duan Lingtian's face sank. He never imagined that it was that Xiaolin's doing again. That Xiaolin, for the sake of a non-existent cultivation technique that he made up, sent people to deal with him one after another, but in the end, they all went for wool and came home shorn. Now, Xiaolin actually still hadn't given up. Duan Lingtian, I've already said what you want to know, let me go. The Migres Peak disciple looked at Duan Lingtian, who had an indeterminate expression and was slightly panicked, as he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. Duan Lingtian raised his leg and swept the Migres Peak disciple with a cold and indifferent gaze. You better not tell what happened today to that Xiaolin. Otherwise, I won't, I surely won't. The Migres Peak disciple vowed solemnly. Fuck off. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm as he spoke with a cold and indifferent tone. Yes, yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded, then crawled up and fled in a sorry state, and before long, he'd vanished before Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw the Migres Peak disciple leave, Duan Lingtian shuttled back and forth on the mountain path before finally ascending the peak and returning to the stalactite cave. As he sat cross-legged on the stone platform, Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent. That Zhao Lin actually still hasn't given up on the thought of seizing my cultivation technique. Now that I've revealed a strength that's able to annihilate a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist, even a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple ought to not dare help him. Looks like he's prepared to investigate my whereabouts, then make a move himself. Duan Lingtian guessed Zhao Lin's intentions. At the same time, he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, there was that Migres Peak disciple today. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know that Zhao Lin was still watching him. He could imagine that under the circumstances where he wasn't on guard at all, if he was secretly followed by Zhao Lin, then once he entered a place without people, it would surely be difficult for him to escape death. He believed that when faced with the temptation of the non-existent cultivation technique, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, Zhao Lin would undoubtedly ruthlessly kill him. But unfortunately, Xiong Quan isn't by my side. The strongest ability in my possession, the Blaze Inscription, is also unable to deal with him. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's face sank slightly. Looks like I have to be careful when walking within the 7-star sword sect in the future. Otherwise, once that Zhao Lin finds an opportunity, I'll surely die. With a heavy heart, Duan Lingtian withdrew an origin strengthening pill and consumed it. Then he closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, WYRM Python Form. Duan Lingtian knew deeply. Only when his own strength was sufficiently strong would he be the true king. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist now, why would he need to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate. Cultivate. The hot blood within Duan Lingtian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy within his body started to violently roil as well. His cultivation was increasing at an extremely swift speed. If he continued cultivating at this speed, he believed that his cultivation would be able to smoothly break through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage before long. Migres Peak, within the gorge that was filled with light. What? He's appeared? Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Migres Peak disciple that hastily entered. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin. He returned from Dubhe Peak. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you're able to find out where he cultivates, I'll bestow you 10,000 gold. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Migres Peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. 10,000 gold? The Migres Peak disciple couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. It's because of your 10,000 gold that you almost caused me to lose my life. Luckily that Duan Lingtian didn't pursue the matter, otherwise, I would have been killed by you. However, this Migres Peak disciple had a calm expression on the surface and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well, but I'm utterly unable to keep up with him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't find it strange. As far as he was concerned, even he had once been left behind when following Duan Lingtian, let alone this 3rd-level Origin Core stage Outer Court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Migres Peak? Zhao Lin asked to confirm further. I'm sure. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly nodded and said with certainty, continue watching him for me. If he leaves Migres Peak at any time, report to me right away. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then with a raise of his hand, he passed a 1,000 gold bill to the Migres Peak disciple. Thank you, Elder Zhao Lin. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly expressed his thanks and didn't dare mention a single word about Duan Lingtian stopping him, because he knew that once he mentioned it, Not only would he offend Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't even be able to obtain this gold bill. Do things properly for me in the future. I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded and waved his hand. You can go. Yes. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly left, then secretly wiped off his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were two great clans in Black Bamboo City, and they kept each other in check, controlling a third of the businesses in Black Bamboo City. As for the other two-thirds of the businesses, it was instead controlled in the hands of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The Sher clan was one of the two great clans in Black Bamboo City. Outside the Sher clan estate, a figure that was like the wind flashed over swiftly, desiring to charge into the Sher clan estate. Who is it? The faces of the two guards at the Sher clan estate's entrance went grim, and they hurriedly stopped the figure. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs sounded out as the two guards were kicked flying, and they collided with the entrance. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the face of the young man that stood at the entrance with a cold expression, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished without a trace, and replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The two guards bowed and called out respectfully, both of you are rather competent, even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were warped and savage, and his pair of triangular eyes emitted traces of a gloomy aura. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize him with a glance. This young man was precisely the young man that dashed like the wind he encountered on the mountain path of Dubhe Peak when he returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect from the primeval forest. Eldest young master, spare us. We didn't know it was you. The two guards hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy in panic, and their faces were filled with perturbation, as if this young man was a scourge. All right, I can't be bothered to fuss about it with both of you today. Let me ask both of you. Has the young miss returned? After I returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect, I didn't see her, and the gorge she usually cultivates in has been empty for a long time. Even the limestone tablet outside the gorge has been shattered by someone. As he finished speaking, the young man frowned and was faintly slightly worried. Unexpectedly, the two guards had bitter smiles on their faces when they heard the young man. Did something happen to the young miss? Speak. The young man's face went grim, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. Eldest young master, the young miss, her dantian was crippled by someone. One of the guards laughed bitterly. What? Chapter 297. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he'd cultivated for, and only when the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill was completely absorbed by him did he slowly open his eyes and sober up. Who? Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Duan Lingtian glanced at the cold stalactite cave, then shook his head and walked out in large strides. I wonder how those two little fellows are now. As he stood on the tilted tree and enjoyed the baptism of morning dew, Duan Lingtian's gaze pierced through the boundless clouds and mist to look towards the primeval forest. In his heart, he was always slightly worried about the two little pythons. I'll go take a look at Little Fei and Kerr. Little Fei ought to have broken through as well. After returning to his senses, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Then he relied on his acute spiritual force to sense the peak for a while, and after confirming that there was no one there, he leaped up and walked down Migres Peak. In next to no time, he arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. He'd only just arrived near the trade hall when he noticed a few gazes descending onto him, seeming to be intentionally staring at him. Oomph! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. If he wasn't wrong, these people ought to have been ordered by the outer court elder, Zhao Lin, to monitor him. But he didn't mind. These people weren't of any threat to him. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a spot not too far away. Presently, a young man stood there, and the young man was looking at him with a complicated gaze. Lu Yu? Duan Lingtian recognized this young man with a glance. It was precisely the outer court disciple that stopped him near the trade hall that day and intended to help Zhao Lin seize the non-existent cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, in his possession. This Lu Yu was a 5th-level Origin Core Stage outer court disciple. he still remembered. At that time, when facing Lu Yu who blocked his path, he bluntly said that he wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle Lu Yu. In the end, Lu Yu chose to shrink back. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Lu Yu, then turned around and walked towards the chain bridge, then walked away with large strides. From the beginning to the end, he did not have the slightest intention of paying attention to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood on the spot as he watched the Duan Lingtian gradually disappear into the distance. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, causing him to be unable to move for a long time. Fortunately, I didn't accept his invitation to the life and death arena that day. Otherwise, I would have died without a doubt. Over the past few days, Lu Yu had dreamt of the scene when Duan Lingtian invited him to the life and death arena many times in the middle of the night. Every time, he would be frightened awake. Then, he broke out in a cold sweat. Only when he recalled his choice that day did he realize how wise he had been. Duan Lingtian was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, let alone a 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple like him. He could imagine that if he and Duan Lingtian had stepped onto the life and death arena that day, he would have died without a doubt. Duan Lingtian was too scary. The few Migres Peak disciples that stared at Duan Lingtian's departure gathered together. That Duan Lingtian has ascended the chain bridge. Who's following him? One of the Migres Peak disciples said in a low voice. For a moment, besides one of the Migres Peak disciples who was able to maintain their composure, the remaining few all lowered their heads. Duan Lingtian was an existence that was able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. They didn't dare risk following him. I'll go. In next to no time, the Migres Peak disciple with a composed expression spoke out and volunteered himself. Duan Lingtian had only just walked past the chain bridge when he noticed that there was an extra tail behind him. It's him again. His acute spiritual force allowed Duan Lingtian to notice the person at the first possible moment. It was precisely that Migres Peak disciple that followed him the last time and was dragged out by him. Duan Lingtian's eyes became cold and fierce. This Migres Peak disciple was actually still working for Xiaolin? Moreover, he even dared follow him? Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at Dubhe Peak, then circled around Dubhe Peak and quickly entered a remote area. Right when Duan Lingtian intended to conceal himself at the side and prepare to repeat the same trick to lure the Migres Peak disciple out. Duan Lingtian, I know you've noticed me. The Migres Peak disciple took a few steps forward and said in a low voice. I followed you over for no other reason. I only wanted to remind you that Elder Xiaolin found a few other people and asked us to cooperate in tracking down your tracks. The other few people have gone to notify Elder Xiaolin now. Before long, Elder Xiaolin will arrive at Dubhe Peak. Take care of yourself. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised as he walked out, then looked at the Migres Peak disciple. Why are you helping me? The Migres Peak disciple was slightly embarrassed. You could have killed me yesterday, but you didn't. I owe you a life. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at this Migres Peak disciple. What's your name? Huangji. The Migres Peak disciple hurriedly replied, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 10,000 gold note appeared in his hand. Huangji, I presume you're only helping that Xiaolin for the sake of money. Now, I'll give you 10,000 gold. In the future, if that Xiaolin wants to follow me, then take him to properly make a circle around the 7-star sword sect and give him a trace of hope, then make him gain nothing. As he spoke up to hear, a trace of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Huangji joyfully received the 10,000 gold and hurriedly agreed. Since he survived Duan Lingtian's attack, resentment towards Zhao Lin had arisen in his heart. Now that he had the chance to mess with Zhao Lin and even obtain so much gold, he naturally wouldn't miss it. I hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian was now like giving Huangji a piece of candy to eat, then giving Huangji a slap, and the threat in his words was completely obvious. Don't worry, I'll surely do this well and won't disappoint you. Huangji vowed solemnly. Go on. Duan Lingtian waved his hand. After Huangji left, he left as well, and he quickly arrived at the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak and arrived at Alcade Peak. When he arrived at Elder Bai's residence once more, Duan Lingtian saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd seen this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciple test. He saw the young woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she followed behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be Elder Bai's disciple, called Zhuqing. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Zhuqing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the young woman. The young woman was Little Fei's senior sister, so she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duan Lingtian. Zhuqing saw Duan Lingtian and a smile appeared on her face. You're here to look for junior sister, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. I'll go call her out. Zhuqing turned around and left. After a short while, when she returned once more, there was an additional young woman with a peerlessly beautiful appearance that could be said to be exceedingly beautiful. The young woman had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing one to be unable to refrain from indulging in flights of fancy with a single glance, and have a desire to pounce on her and ravage her. Scoundrel! When the young woman saw Duan Lingtian, her watery autumn eyes lit up as she pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and a stretch of softness entered into his embrace. He lightly smiled as he embraced the young woman that pounced over. Little Fei, we haven't seen each other for almost 3 months. Li Fei lightly nodded, then buried her head in Duan Lingtian's strong chest, unwilling to raise it up for a long time. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's jade back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. When Zhuqing saw this scene, she glanced enviously at Li Ro before turning around and leaving. She knew, at this moment, only belonged to this pair of lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister. In this lifetime of a woman, to be able to find a man like Duan Lingtian, her life was not in vain. For a moment, the entire spacious canyon was only left with Duan Lingtian and Li Fei quietly embracing each other. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duan Lingtian's mouth pressed against Li Fei's earlobe as he gently exhaled. Li Fei's delicate body trembled, as if she had realized something, and lightly shook her head. Master has something to do, so she went out. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his lower abdomen heated up. While panting heavily, he reached out his hand to carry Li Fei by the waist, and directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei lived in. The young man and woman who hadn't touched each other for a long time took each other to their heart's content. After the ruckus stopped, Duan Lingtian embraced Li Fei, who leaned on his shoulder with a satisfied expression. Little Fei, when I came last time, Elder Bai said that you were at the juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through? Li Fei's face was filled with happiness, and her angelic face was completely rosy as she lightly nodded. Yes, I broke through. Have you seen Kerr recently? Duan Lingtian recalled that delicate and pitiful girl who had always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Kerr went on a long journey with the Peak Master a few days ago. She came to look for me, and I went to Migres Peak with her, but no Migres Peak disciple knew where you lived. So, she left with disappointment in her heart. Li Fei extended her jade hand, her jade fingers placed on Duan Lingtian's chest, and lightly rotated. Duan Lingtian nodded. Kerr had the protection of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak by her side, so he wasn't worried about Kerr's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel, where exactly do you live? Kerr and I asked a few tens of Migres Peak disciples, but there's actually not a single person that knows where you usually live. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention Migres Peak disciples, even the Peak Master of Migres Peak, or even the 7-Star Sword sect leader. It's impossible for them to know where I live. Slight curiosity appeared on Li Fei's beautiful face when she heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't conceal anything from Li Fei, and he spoke of the matter of discovering the stalactite cave that day. So, the 10,000-year stalactite milk you gave me and little sister Kerr to drink came from that place. Scoundrel, your luck is too good, right? You were even able to find a place like that. If the 7-Star Sword sect higher-ups were to know of this, Wouldn't they be angered to death by you? Li Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and as she finished speaking, a wisp of a smile appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. Yeah, my luck isn't bad. Chapter 298. Scoundrel, what are you thinking about? So engrossed? Li Fei noticed Duan Lingtian's unnatural expression and asked with a bewildered expression, and her tone had concern mixed within. Nothing. I suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't tell Li Fei about the matter of the two little pythons going missing. He didn't want Li Fei to be worried with him. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei chatted, and unknowingly, they started talking about the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. Scoundrel, I heard the outer court martial competition changed the rules. Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Lingtian. Changed the rules? Changed what rules? Duan Lingtian was stunned, then asked. I heard Master say that the reason the rules were changed this time was because of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Although she knew her man's ability was great, but when she heard her man was even able to kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, she still couldn't avoid being shocked in her heart. If Duan Lingtian used an offensive inscription, she wouldn't find it strange. But the problem was, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian didn't use an offensive inscription and completely relied on his true strength to kill his opponent. Because of me? Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be extremely puzzled. What did the changing of the rules of the 7-star sword sect's outer court martial competition have to do with him? Yeah. Li Fei nodded, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's bewildered expression, she didn't continue keeping him in suspense and said directly, I heard Master say that since the matter of you killing the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Inner Court disciple, Xiao Ying, spread out, besides the Peak Masters of our Alcade Peak and your Dubhe Peak, the Peak Masters of the other 4 great Outer Court Sword Peaks specially started a 6-peak conference 1 month ago. The content of the meeting is aimed at the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now. In the past, the Outer Court Martial Competition required Outer Court disciples that had entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. But this time, the Peak Masters of the 6 Outer Court Peaks had decided to remove this restriction. This time, so long as one is an Outer Court disciple of the 6 great Outer Court Sword Peaks of the 7-star sword sect, anyone can participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition. Li Fei finished in one breath. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that killing Xiaoying would cause such a chain reaction. Is it necessary? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he had such great face to be able to make the Peak Masters of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect specially hold such a meeting for him. Of course, Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why the Peak Masters of the 6 great sword peaks did this. It was none other than feeling that if the rules weren't changed, then there would be no suspense in the Outer Court martial competition this time. He, Duan Lingtian, would surely become the first in the Outer Court martial competition. They're afraid you'll get the first, so they intentionally made things difficult for you. Li Fei grunted in a low voice and had an unhappy expression. All right, there's nothing to be unhappy about. They did this because they don't wish for the first place to be revealed before the Outer Court martial competition has even begun. If it's really like this, then it would surely strike a blow to the confidence of the group of Outer Court disciples. Duan Lingtian smiled, as he was completely able to understand the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 great Outer Court Sword Peaks. You can still smile. If it's really like this, then there would surely be some 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples participating in the Outer Court martial competition. During the Outer Court martial competition, one can't rely on external forces other than spirit weapons. In other words, your inscriptions can't be used. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly concerned. In that way, you won't be able to get the first. Li Fei was extremely unhappy in her heart towards the first that should have belonged to Duan Lingtian being taken away just like this. In her heart, her man, Li Fei, would always be the most outstanding. Can't use inscriptions? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Inscriptions couldn't be compared to spirit weapons after all, and the existence of inscriptions did indeed affect the fairness of the outer court martial competition to a certain extent. What, little Fei? You have so little confidence in your man. Duan Lingtian's hand dishonestly placed on the little girl's delicate body that didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, and his hand moved up and down. The little girl's delicate body trembled, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried when he saw this. Then he flipped over once again and galloped to his heart's content. After being lovey-dovey for an entire day, Duan Lingtian finally left. The land of warmth, the tomb of heroes. The ancients didn't deceive me. When Duan Lingtian left Alcade Peak, he sighed with emotion in his heart. Although he was lovey-dovey with Li Fei for an entire day, but as far as he was concerned, it seemed like only an instant had passed. Shaking his head and sobering up slightly, Duan Lingtian stepped onto the chain bridge and returned to the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Presently, the sun had already set in the west, and when Duan Lingtian arrived at the stone platform at the end of the chain bridge that led to Migres Peak, he noticed that many Migres Peak disciples had stepped onto the chain bridge and were heading towards Migres Peak. Oomph! A cold snort sounded out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian turned around to look. Only now did he notice that the Migres Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, was on the stone platform as well, and was staring at him with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Huang Ji stood nearby and was making faces at him. Duan Lingtian snickered in his heart. Looks like Huang Ji really brought Zhao Lin along and circled around the seven-star sword sect for an entire day. When he saw Zhao Lin's exasperated appearance, he suddenly felt that the 10,000 gold he spent was worth it. Elder Zhao Lin, long time no see. Duan Lingtian stood within the endless stream of people, and when he looked at Zhao Lin, he lightly smiled as he greeted Zhao Lin, as if he was greeting an old friend. Zhao Lin paid no attention to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was as unsightly could be. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, the reason he didn't gain anything today was because Duan Lingtian was too cunning, and caused him to be unable to find any traces. He didn't suspect Huang Ji who led the way for him. Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zhao Lin had no intention of paying attention to him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative smile. After glancing deeply at Zhao Lin, he stepped onto the chain bridge and headed towards Migres Peak. Now that there were so many people here, he wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would make a move against him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zhao Lin was following him from behind. He didn't mind. Relying on his anti-tracking methods, if he wanted to shake off Zhao Lin's pursuit, it would be extremely easy. After Duan Lingtian returned to Migres Peak, he circled the trade hall a few times before successfully shaking off Zhao Lin, then swaggered back to the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. Within the trade hall, after noticing that Duan Lingtian's tracks had vanished, Zhao Lin, who'd searched for half an hour without any results, had an extremely gloomy expression. Duan Lingtian, I'll find a chance sooner or later. Just you wait. But the current Zhao Lin didn't know. He'd waited for an entire 3 months. Alioth Peak. On the chain bridge, a young man with a gloomy expression walked in large strides onto the high platform of Alioth Peak. This young man's appearance was extremely unique. His features were warped and hideous, and his pair of triangular eyes seemed to constantly flicker with a gloomy sheen. His entire body stood there like a venomous snake that chose its prey to devour. However, when a group of Alioth Peak disciples passed by the young man, they all respectfully greeted him. Senior Brother Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How. At the same time that these Alioth Peak disciples greeted him, their faces more or less revealed expressions of respect and fear. They knew clearly in their hearts. Throwing away his unsightly appearance, this young man was in existence with an extremely formidable strength. He was also a celebrity of their Alioth Peak. Moreover, he was the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. Sure How. Senior Brother Sure How's expression seems to be slightly unsightly. Isn't his expression always like this? I don't see any difference. Take a closer look. Also, look at his eyes. Don't you see anger in them? I don't know who provoked him. It really is. Two Alioth Peak disciples stood at the side and looked from afar at Shur Hao, who walked into Alioth Peak as they whispered in discussion. Shur Hao. Outside Alioth Peak's trade hall, a figure moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived nearby the chain bridge and stood before Shur Hao. This was a robust middle-aged man with a stocky build and a pair of eyes that were brimming with expression. Elder Zhongbing. In front of this sturdy middle-aged man, Shur Hao lowered his proud head. Shur Hao, I have something to tell you. The Outer Court martial competition 3 months from now isn't restricted to Outer Court disciples that have entered the 7-Star Sword sect within 3 years to participate. So long as you're an Outer Court disciple, you can participate. You can participate as well. Zhongbing, Alioth Peak's Outer Court elder, smiled as he looked at Shur Hao. This time, our Alioth Peak will be relying on you. As far as he was concerned, with Shur Hao's strength, if nothing unexpected happened, taking first place in the Outer Court martial competition 3 months from now wouldn't have any suspense. What's going on? Shur Hao was slightly absent-minded earlier, but now when he heard Zhongbing, he became spirited. The rules of the Outer Court martial competition have always been restricted. Why did it suddenly change this time? It was difficult for him to understand. This will have to start from a Migres Peak Outer Court disciple. As Zhongbing spoke up to hear, a trace of jealousy flashed within his eyes. Nearly 3 months ago, a dark horse appeared amongst the new batch of Outer Court disciples that our 7-Star Sword sect recruited. That was a young man around the age of 20, and he went to Migres Peak later on. Not long after he arrived at Migres Peak, he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Migres Peak's life and death arena. The 2 Outer Court disciples were both Migres Peak disciples. They joined forces to deal with that young man on the life and death arena, but in the end were killed by that young man in a single move. This young man's natural talent is simply shocking. Migres Peak's luck is really good to actually be able to recruit such a monstrous Outer Court disciple. Shur Hao, what's wrong with you? Why is your expression so unsightly? Zhongbing spoke for a long time, and in the end, he noticed that Shur Hao's expression had suddenly sunk, and his originally warped and savage features were now completely twisted together. It looked extremely terrifying. Elder Zhongbing, you said that young man entered the 7-Star Sword sect nearly 3 months ago? Chapter 299. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhongbing noticed that Shur Hao's expression was slightly off and asked curiously. Around the age of 20, killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage disciples. How's his cultivation? Shur Hao took a deep breath and asked once more. Seems to be at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Zhongbing sighed. Not only did he kill 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples, even a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple of Fecta Peak was killed by him. What? Shur Hao's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression. Elder Zhongbing, didn't you say he was only at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage? He's at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, but he did indeed kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. You ought to have heard of that 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. It's the Fecta Peak's Xiao Ying. Zhongbing spoke slowly. Even if he mentioned this matter now, his heart still couldn't help but surge. He might even feel as if he was dreaming. Xiao Ying? Shur Hao had naturally heard of Xiao Ying and knew that Xiao Ying could be considered to be one of the best amongst the Fecta Peak Outer Court disciples. Moreover, supposedly, Xiao Ying was already about to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. Sooner or later, Xiao Ying would become an inner court disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Could it be that Xiao Ying didn't use a spirit sword, and that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple did? Shur Hao asked in a low voice. It was extremely difficult for him to imagine that if it wasn't so, how could a 5th-level Origin Core Stage disciple possibly kill a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist? No. Xiao Ying used a grade 7 spirit sword and attacked with his full strength. As for that 5th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, he used a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Supposedly, the disparity in strength between them was extremely great in that battle, a difference of over 10 ancient mammoths. But at the critical moment, that fifth-level origin core stage outer court disciple instead shattered Xiao Ying's bones with a single finger. I wonder what martial skill he used. As he spoke up to hear, Zhong Bing, an existence at the void-prying stage, couldn't help but shudder. As far as he was concerned, that Migres Peak's fifth-level origin core stage outer court disciple was too strange. Could he have used an offensive inscription to kill Xiao Ying? Shihao frowned and was slightly in disbelief. A mere martial skill was so heaven-defying the heavens? Even if it was an earth-grade martial skill, it might not be so heaven-defying, right? Moreover, unless it was a void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended force, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to cultivate an earth-rank martial skill. As for the legendary heaven-rank martial skill, the requirements were even harsher. Thus, the martial skills that an origin core stage martial artist could cultivate were at most high-grade profound rank martial skills. But among the high-grade profound CLA's martial skills, was there such a strange and terrifying martial skill? He was very suspicious. Absolutely not. Zhong Bing shook his head. After that, a few Fecta Peak outer court elders inspected Xiao Ying's corpse and confirmed that Xiao Ying's injuries were absolutely not caused by offensive inscriptions. Xiao Ying's bones were completely shattered by origin energy. It's hard to imagine what kind of martial skill that is. Around the age of 20, and can even kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist? Taking a deep breath, Shihao's triangular eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. His heart trembled. It should be him. What? Shihao, do you know him? Zhong Bing felt the killing intent emitted from Shihao's body and had a bewildered expression. Elder Zhong Bing, amongst the outer court disciples that entered the Seven-Star Sword sect 3 months ago, besides him, are there any other existences around the age of 20 that have stepped into the 4th level of the origin core stage or above? Shihao wanted to confirm it a step further. Never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-Star Sword sect can already be considered lucky to be able to receive such a genius martial artist. A genius martial artist like this isn't a cabbage that's sold in the market. Zhong Bing shook his head and felt that Shihao was indulging in wild fantasies. Elder Zhong Bing, what's the name of this Migres Peak outer court disciple? Shihao looked at Zhong Bing and asked. Duan Tian, said Zhong Bing. When he heard this name for the first time, he deeply remembered it in his heart, only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhong Bing. Shihao nodded to Zhong Bing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards the main peak, Dubhe Peak. Why do I feel that something is slightly strange when Shihao returned from training this time? Zhong Bing frowned as he looked at Shihao's disappearing figure. It's him. It's surely him. On the chain bridge, Shihao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duan Tian, you actually dared cripple my sister's Dantian. I won't let you off. You're dead for sure. Under Shihao's extreme rage, his warped and savage face was completely tangled together, causing some of the Alioth Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from the depths of their hearts with just a glance, and they had a feeling of shuddering. Sure, senior brother Shihao. When they greeted Shihao now, their voices were terrified to the point of trembling. Shihao didn't stop when he arrived at Dubhe Peak, and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed towards Migres Peak. He wanted to go to Migres Peak and drag out the person that crippled his sister's Dantian. He wanted to take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duan Tian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Migres Peak was in an uproar. Alioth Peak's outer court disciple, Shihao, the #1 disciple in the 7-Star Sword sect's outer court, threatened to enter the life and death arena to battle Duan Tian to the death. Duan Tian naturally didn't know of all this. However, on Migres Peak, Duan Tian hadn't been seen for many days, and even more people thought that Duan Tian was afraid of Shihao, so he didn't dare show himself. Actually, it's normal for Duan Tian to be afraid. Senior brother Shihao is the #1 disciple in our 7-Star Sword sect's outer court. and practically no outer court disciples are able to go against him. You're right. If I was Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't show myself as well. Although Duan Lingtian was able to kill the 6th level origin core stage martial artist, Xiao Ying, but senior brother Shi Hao is in existence at the 7th level of the origin core stage. The 6th level of the origin core stage and the 7th level of the origin core stage is a watershed, and the difference between the two is the strength of an entire 20 ancient mammoths. Once it's amplified by a spirit sword, the difference is even greater. Could it be that Duan Lingtian can still continue hiding and not participate in the outer court martial competition 3 months from now? The rewards of the outer court martial competition are extremely generous. Supposedly, there's even an extremely precious spirit fruit this time, and it's the reward for the first place in the outer court martial competition. How do you know? Hee, I know an inner court senior brother. He has some relationship with an inner court elder, and it was he who told me. Along with Shi Hao's arrival and the outer court martial competition approaching, the entire Migres Peak was completely bustling with noise and excitement. However, even though Shi Hao had waited at Migres Peak for many days, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian to show himself all along, and he could only temporarily leave in the end. But, before he left, he still left behind some ruthless words. Duan Lingtian, I, Shi Hao, Shi Yan's older brother, vow to fight to the death with you. Within the 7-star sword sect, there's either you or me, and there's either me or you. When Duan Lingtian received these words, it was already 3 months later. On the peak of Migres Peak, on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, a figure that was swift like the wind seemed to have transformed into an agile spirit serpent as it flashed out from the cave passageway behind the crooked tree and firmly stood on the crooked tree. The crooked tree didn't even sway in the slightest. It's been 3 months. Duan Lingtian's gaze passed through the clouds and mist and looked towards the direction of the primeval forest. After a long time, he sighed. Those 2 little fellows actually still haven't returned. After returning from Alcade Peak the other time, Duan Lingtian had always stayed in the stalactite cave to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, borrowing the strength of the crooked tree to leap onto the peak of Migres Peak. The outer court martial competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duan Lingtian descended from the peak and quickly arrived at the vast platform where the trade hall was located. As far as he was concerned, it ought to be easiest to inquire about the exact rules of the outer court martial competition in the trade hall that was filled with people. However, he'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed numerous strange gazes that originated from the crowd of Migres Peak disciples uniformly descend onto him. Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Right when his heart was filled with bewilderment, a figure walked towards him from the distance. Duan Lingtian. He-chun. Duan Lingtian recognized this Migres Peak disciple. It was precisely Hu Li's friend, He-chun. Duan Lingtian, you finally appeared. I thought you were hiding and didn't intend to participate in the outer court martial competition this time. He-chun sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Hiding? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he heard He-chun. What does He-chun mean by this? What's he hiding from? Noticing Duan Lingtian's stunned expression, He-chun asked in bewilderment. Could it be that you didn't reveal yourself for the sake of hiding from that Shi Hao for 3 months? Shi Hao. Duan Lingtian frowned. Who's that? I don't know him at all. He-chun was speechless. Are you sure you don't know him? Wait. If you don't know him, then why would he spread the word that he wants to invite you to battle on the life and death arena? Invite me to battle on the life and death arena? Duan Lingtian's frown grew deeper. His heart slightly sank. Could it be that it's the doing of that outer court elder, Zhaolin? Yeah, he came 3 months ago and even stayed at our Migres Peak for a period of time, then left without waiting for you. After that, he came successively a few times, but didn't wait for you. All of us thought that you didn't reveal yourself for the sake of hiding from him. Hechuan nodded and said slowly, Wait, you said earlier, he's come? He's not a member of our Migres Peak? Duan Lingtian discerned some clues from He-chun's words. Could it be that he's an inner court disciple that Zhao Lin found? Duan Lingtian, you've really not heard of him? He's sure how. He Chun's gaze became slightly strange. He felt that Duan Lingtian had entered the Seven-Star Sword Sect for almost half a year at any rate. Yet he actually hadn't even heard of their Seven-Star Sword Sect's #1 outer court disciple, Sure Hao. Chapter 300. Is he very famous? Duan Lingtian saw He Chun making a fuss about nothing, and his face was filled with bewilderment and bewilderment. Sure Hao. Wait, I seem to have heard this name somewhere, but I'm unable to recall it for a moment. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duan Lingtian really hadn't heard of Sure Hao, and he couldn't help but explain. Sure Hao is the publicly acknowledged #1 disciple in the outer court of our Seven-Star Sword Sect. There's practically no one amongst the outer court disciples that's a match for him. #1 disciple in the outer court. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He finally remembered. He remembered that Shi Yin, who had her Dantian crippled by him, had once made a fuss before him, saying she had a brother who was the #1 disciple in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was in existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had reminded him to be careful of Shi Yan's brother, Sure Hao. So it turned out that the person He Chun spoke of that wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him was precisely that Sure Hao, Shi Yan's brother. When he saw Duan Lingtian's expression that ceaselessly changed, He Chun thought that Duan Lingtian was afraid, and he hurriedly reminded, Duan Lingtian, if you don't have any other urgent matters, continue hiding. It probably won't be long before that Sure Hao finds out about the news of you appearing here. At that time, he'll surely come look for you at the first possible moment. Then let him come look for me. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an indifferent expression. Then he looked at He Chun and lightly smiled as he asked, He Chun, Huli ought to have returned home, right?
Yes.
He Chun had a bitter smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's indifferent expression, and he only thought that Duan Lingtian was a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. He asked me to tell you that he'll let you see a completely new him in the future. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is in Clarity City. Duan Lingtian nodded and remembered it in his heart. He felt happy for Huli that Huli was able to be so cheerful. At least, Huli didn't sink into the shadows of the past. Duan Lingtian, I think you should hide for a while. When Huchuan thought of Sure Hao, he felt his scalp go numb. In his opinion, Sure Hao was too powerful, far beyond what the current Duan Lingtian could contend against. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. There are some things that you have to face. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile. Huchuan fell silent. That's right, Huchuan. When will the outer court martial competition begin? Also, what do I need to do if I want to participate? Huchuan happened to be there as well, so Duan Lingtian asked. The reason he left the stalactite cave this time was precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he also wanted to obtain first place. This was his promise to power of Hu. A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're a Migres Peak disciple, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, the people that want to participate can all gather at the Migres platform and receive a number plate to carry out the elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10 people. Huchuan said to Duan Lingtian. But the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, and there aren't any restrictions like the past. This time, there will be many 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples participating. Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd already found out about this from Li Fei earlier, so he was mentally prepared. 7th level origin core stage? So what? Since he'd promised power of Hu to seize first place in the outer court martial competition, then he would surely accomplish it. Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably firm. Huchuan, I'll be returning first. See you 3 days from now. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Huchuan, then turned around and left, vanishing before the eyes of all the Migres Peak disciples. Coming and going without a trace, elusive. Not long after, a figure that dashed like the wind arrived at Migres Peak, and under the guidance of some Migres Peak disciples, the figure found Huchuan. You know Duan Lingtian? The young man with a warped and hideous appearance stared fixedly at Huchuan with a pair of triangular eyes. Huchuan never imagined that this Shirhao would actually be able to find his place of cultivation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he nodded. Take me to see him. Shirhao's eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen, and his voice was cold like ice. I don't know where his place of cultivation is. Huchuan shook his head. Shirhao's face sank, and his pair of triangular eyes stared at Huchuan, and in the end, he noticed that Huchuan seemed to not be lying. Then why did he look for you? I only met him by chance, and after he asked me some things about the outer court martial competition, he returned. Huchuan didn't conceal it. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to conceal this, as all the Migres Peak disciples would know 3 days from now. In this way, he'll be participating in the outer court martial competition this time? Shirhao's pair of triangular eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a gloomy sneer, as if Duan Lingtian had already become his. Yes. Huchuan nodded. This was something he was able to confirm. He was able to discern that the reason Duan Lingtian appeared near the trade hall today was precisely for the sake of inquiring about the matters of the outer court martial competition. That's good. Shirhao's pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold light. Then he raised his hand to directly slap Huchuan flying, and only when he saw Huchuan crash onto the ground did he snort coldly, then turn around and leave. Pooh. Huchuan was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. This Shirhao was really as overbearing as the rumors said. 3 days later, the 7-star sword sect's first round of the outer court martial competition had begun. The strongest 10 outer court disciples from the 6 great sword peaks of the outer court would be decided on today, and they would participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. The second round of the outer court martial competition was the true outer court martial competition. People that displayed outstanding performance in the second round of the outer court martial competition would be able to obtain generous rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was also the reason why all the outer court disciples flocked to the outer court martial competition like a flock of ducks. Whoosh! At the peak of Migres Peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. Where's the Migres platform? The person that came down from the peak was precisely Duan Lingtian. Follow them. Duan Lingtian, who didn't know where the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition was, merged into the stream of people on the mountain path of Migres Peak. Instantly, some of the nearby Migres Peak disciples recognized Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually still dare to appear. Could it be that you're not afraid of senior brother Shirhao? Yeah, Duan Lingtian. If senior brother Shirhao knew that you'd appeared, he would surely not let you off. Waves of similar words sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled towards this, and paid no attention to it. Then his figure flashed out like the wind, following the stream of people to flash down the mountain. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian passed by the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continuing down. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian's gaze flickered as he looked at the Migres platform that occupied an area that far surpassed the platform the life and death arena was on. This Migres platform is rather large. The Migres platform was extremely large, and there stood 10 spacious stone platforms. Every single one of these stone platforms wasn't smaller than the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian guessed that these stone platforms ought to be the combat rings used to carry out the elimination battles in the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Migres platform. These outer court disciples were all in high spirits, rubbing their fists and palms together, and all of them wanted to become the last 10 people to advance today. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the rewards bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. Presently, Duan Lingtian could absolutely be considered to be a celebrity on Migres Peak. However, Amongst the people that looked at Duan Lingtian now, there were some people that had gloating mixed within their eyes. This Duan Lingtian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he'll surely encounter senior brother Shi Hao in the end. With senior brother Shi Hao's hatred towards him, even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. If I was him, I would surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate. Come out when he breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take too much time. At that time, senior brother Shi Hao might not be able to do anything to him. I really wonder what's going on in his head. Duan Lingtian could vaguely hear the whispers of the crowd of Migres Peak disciples, but he didn't pay attention to it. Hide. If he did that, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw He Chun had arrived as well, but he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He Chun's mouth, and he frowned. He Chun, who injured you? It was Shi Hao. It's nothing serious, only a superficial injury. He Chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Shi Hao. Duan Lingtian frowned, and felt it was slightly strange. Why did he injure you? You have a grudge with him as well? He Chun shook his head. No. It was 3 days ago when I was talking to you near the trade hall, and was seen by some people. They told Shi Hao. Shi Hao found my place of cultivation, and asked me about you. I told him about you participating in the outer court martial competition. I'm sorry. As he finished speaking, He Chun had an apologetic expression. It's only a small matter. Even if you didn't say it, he would still know today. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and didn't mind. How is it? Do you have the confidence to advance today? Don't joke around. I utterly didn't plan to enter the arena today and only came to cheer for you. But, with your strength, wanting to advance is extremely easy. What He Chun said was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. It's senior brother He Dong. Right at this moment, a surprised voice caused many Migres Peak disciples to look over. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. A young man around the age of 25 walked over with large strides from the side of the mountain path. Everywhere he passed, the Migres Peak disciples greeted him enthusiastically. Senior brother He Dong. Senior brother He Dong. Senior brother He Dong. Chapter 301. 7th level of the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian discerned that this He Dong was a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. The nearby He Chun noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze descending onto He Dong and hurriedly said, Duan Lingtian, this is senior brother He Dong, and he's one of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples of our Migres Peak. Our Migres Peak has 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, and his strength is the strongest. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Being able to stand out amongst the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, this He Dong's strength was surely extraordinary. He's inferior to Shi Hao? Duan Lingtian asked. Since Shi Hao is publicly acknowledged as the #1 disciple in the outer court, he presumably surpassed this He Dong. Senior brother He Dong's strength is slightly inferior to Shi Hao, but he's never admitted that Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in the outer court. Supposedly, he's participating in the outer court martial competition this time precisely because he wants to defeat Shi Hao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. He Chun slowly said, Defeat Shi Hao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an indistinct smile. Does this He Dong really think that besides Shi Hao, he's the strongest amongst the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples? Before long, more and more Migres Peak disciples gathered together on the Migres platform. Meanwhile, 10 outer court elders had arrived as well. Amongst the 10 outer court elders, Duan Lingtian only recognized 2 of them, Lucio, Zhao Lin. Lucio and Zhao Lin came side by side, and there ought to be some friendship between the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian. Before long, Lu Qiu noticed Duan Lingtian from the crowd, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over in large strides. Elder Lu Qiu. Duan Lingtian saw Lu Qiu being so cordial, and instantly lightly smiled as he greeted him. Duan Lingtian, I've really misjudged you. Lu Qiu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. At that time, it was he who led Duan Lingtian to Migres Peak. Although he felt that this young man who was about 20 years old was different from the other new disciples, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would be so abnormal. Only arrived at Migres Peak for a few days, and he'd already killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. 2 months later, he killed another 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. His name spread throughout the entire 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court. Of course, even in the Inner Court, many people knew that a monstrous disciple, Duan Lingtian, had appeared in the Outer Court. Work hard and get a good ranking in this Outer Sect martial competition. After Lu Qiu smiled at Duan Lingtian, he went to greet the other Outer Sect elders. If the rules of the Outer Sect martial competition had not changed, he didn't doubt in the slightest that Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain first place in the Outer Sect martial competition. But this time, because Duan Lingtian had revealed his ability, the Peak Masters of the 6 Peaks had changed the rules of the Outer Sect martial competition at the last minute and didn't set up any restrictions. After the rules were changed, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples of the 6 Great Sword Peaks could participate in the Outer Sect martial competition this time. This caused the competition to be even more intense. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist 3 months ago. But the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was a watershed, and he didn't think that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Zhao Lin followed after Lu Qiu walked away, and his icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, waiting to swallow him up. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest, and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. You're Duan Lingtian? Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and he instead noticed that Hidong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the distance, had unknowingly arrived by his side. Duan Lingtian looked at Hidong and nodded indifferently. I heard you killed the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad. Hidong nodded to Duan Lingtian, and his expression was stiff and reserved. Your natural talent isn't bad as well. It ought to not be long before you'll be able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze was incomparably deep, and when it descended onto Hidong, it seemed as if it could see through everything. Relying on his acute spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to sense the minute changes on Hidong's body. Although Hidong's expression didn't change, but his eyes couldn't help but constrict now. He noticed that before this outer court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he completely had no secrets. This outer court disciple's gaze seemed as if it could see through everything. Looks like I've still underestimated you. Hidong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. Hidong. This was a self-introduction. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill feelings towards Hidong, and now that Hidong was polite, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. Your reputation is well-deserved. Hidong smiled to Duan Lingtian, and at the same time he turned and left, he added, If you need help with the matter of Shihao, feel free to ask. Thank you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This Hidong was slightly interesting. The nearby He-chun was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian, senior brother Hidong, actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he has the intention of helping you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even if Hidong was willing to help him, he wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own matters. Moreover, according to what He-chun said, Hidong's strength seemed to be inferior to Shihao. If Hidong was injured because of him, then he would really owe Hidong a great favor. After Lu Qiu and Hidong successively greeted Duan Lingtian, for a time, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention of many people. Along with the first round of the outer court martial competition beginning, The gazes of these people left Duan Lingtian. In the first round of the outer court martial competition, everyone received a number plate and took turns to battle. Duan Lingtian received number plate number 189. It belonged to the 7th combat ring. Every combat ring would give birth to an arena master that would advance in the end and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. It was unknown if it was the intention of the group of Migres Peak outer court elders, but the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, including Hidong, were respectively divided into the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had bitter smiles on their faces. After the outer court martial competition began, the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples stood there from the 1st combat ring to the 1st combat ring, as if they were invincible gods of war. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend the combat ring, because they knew that even if they ascended the combat ring, they would only be looking for a beating. They could only wait for the final arena master to be born from the other 5 combat rings before proceeding with the challenge. Once they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to replace the arena master and become the new arena master. They would obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. So, they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. It was also the combat ring that Duan Lingtian led. Number 181 and 182 ascended the combat ring and carried out the elimination battles. Both of them were 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that the outer court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat rings, 6th combat ring, 8th combat ring, 9th combat ring, and 10th combat ring were practically all existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage, and not a single outer court disciple below the 5th level of the origin core stage could be seen. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for outer court disciples below the 5th level of the origin core stage to obtain the final 10 positions. So, even though there were many outer court disciples on the Migres platform, most of them had come to watch the show. There were only close to 300 outer court disciples that had truly participated in the first round of the outer court martial competition. These 300 people were all outer court disciples at the 5th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the result of the battle between the 2 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples was out. One of them relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to firmly defeat the other outer court disciple that only had a grade 8 spirit sword. What a pity! His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but because his spirit sword was inferior to his opponent, he lost. He Chun sighed, and was slightly regretful for the latter. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. A spirit sword is also a part of strength. In next to no time, a few more elimination battles played out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings. Every combat ring had a Migres Peak outer court elder standing at the side. The duty of these outer court elders was to prevent outer court disciples from being injured during the elimination battles. After all, swords and sabers had no eyes. Number 189. The outer court elder that stood at the side of the 7th combat ring suddenly spoke out. "It's my turn." Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then his figure flashed out to ascend the 7th combat ring. Duan Lingtian. The outer court elder's gaze abruptly shone when he saw Duan Lingtian. Presently, the outer court disciple that stood on the 7th combat ring was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Lingtian, his originally composed expression instantly became slightly flustered. Duan Lingtian had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the arena, he instantly drew the gazes of many people. The outer court disciples that originally surrounded the other combat rings to watch the show now all gushed towards the 7th combat ring. "It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has entered the arena." 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian killed the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena, and I wasn't able to witness it with my own 2 eyes. Today, I'm finally able to witness his elegant demeanor. Supposedly, that time 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage to kill Xiao Ying. I've always been extremely curious. How did he do it? You don't have to be curious now, you'll be able to see it right away. Streams of people flowed in the surroundings of the 7th combat ring, and the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Elder, how about we temporarily stop fighting here? We want to see Duan Lingtian make a move as well. After the 2 outer court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed it, they spoke to the outer court elder that stood at the side of the combat ring. All right, I just happened to want to witness this Duan Lingtian's ability. The outer court elder nodded and didn't have any objections. Chapter 302. The gazes of the 5 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples that stood on the 1st combat ring to the 5th combat ring, including He Dong, descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. They were extremely interested in Duan Lingtian as well. A young man that was a little over 20 had killed a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple on Fekta Peak's Life and Death Arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of it. Supposedly, this young man didn't utilize an inscription at that time, and completely relied on his strength to kill the outer court disciple. It was simply inconceivable. At least, they asked themselves if they were at this age, they were absolutely unable to accomplish this. Duan Lingtian. Lu Qiu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, staring fixedly at the figure that didn't move like a mountain. He saw the hope of Migres Peak on this young man. He saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank, and he grunted in a low voice, and his eyes emitted a frightening cold light. As far as he was concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain such accomplishments at such an age was because Duan Lingtian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments. So, no matter what, he had to obtain that cultivation method, at all costs, by hook or by crook. On the 7th combat ring, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's opponent, a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. When faced with Duan Lingtian, who had a carefree expression, he felt slightly weak in his heart, and his hand that held the grade 7 spirit sword became slightly moist. That was cold sweat. Although Duan Lingtian was only a young man that was a little over 20, Duan Lingtian brought extremely great pressure to him, pressing him down to the point he was slightly unable to catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. Moreover, the strength of that 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight difficulty. Of course not. There is no enmity between us, so why would I want to kill you? Besides, isn't there an elder watching from the side? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a reply. Do I look like a cruel person who kills people at the drop of a hat? Hee. The young man smiled awkwardly. Under the impatient and murderous gazes around him, he finally moved. Whoosh! The young man's figure moved. His footsteps were extremely light, and he left behind a string of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Whoosh! The sword flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning. It appeared in a flash and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner. In the sky, 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before him, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire was blown by the strong wind caused by the young man's figure flashing, and it fluttered in the wind. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you drawing your sword? The surrounding crowd of spectators were bewildered when they saw the sword strike in the young man's hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning and smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a sword light that was swift to the extreme instantly moved to intercept the young man's sword strike that had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist and relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute this sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Lingtian's sword strike was inferior to his opponent's strength by the strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think that Duan Lingtian would be able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian had once used this strength to kill a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Finally, clang! The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the young man's grade 7 spirit sword that had transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended down. The two terrifying forces collided together, causing the air to shake. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight smile. When the young man's sword descended, he felt that Duan Lingtian's strength seemed to be far inferior to his strength, and he couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. I'm going to defeat Duan Lingtian. He was excited in his heart. But in next to no time, the smile on his face completely froze, because he noticed that a terrifying trembling force suddenly gushed out from Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword. The frequency of this force's trembling became faster and faster. Let go! An explosive shout sounded out by his ears, and it caused the young man who was hesitating about whether he should let go, and the web between his thumb and index finger split open, didn't dare hesitate any longer, and he hurriedly let go. After Duan Lingtian warned the young man, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand shook and flicked the young man's grade 7 spirit sword away, and it fell to the ground with a clang. If the young man didn't let go, the young man's bones would absolutely be shattered by his quake energy. Whoosh! The origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand that was trembling with a terrifying frequency that was difficult to detect was restrained, and it transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The outcome had already been decided. The young man stood on the spot. The web between his thumb and index finger of the hand that held the sword had split open and was dripping with fresh blood, but he seemed to not have the slightest reaction. Cold sweat ceaselessly emerged from his forehead. Although he'd lost, he didn't feel the slightest sense of loss, and was instead slightly glad that he'd escaped with his life. Number 189, Duan Lingtian, victory, becomes the arena master of the 7th combat ring. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to react, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced, "Whoosh!" A single stone gave rise to 1,000 ripples. Unbelievable. It's simply too bizarre. Duan Lingtian's sword strike that was swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths actually suppressed an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. It's truly unbelievable. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian defeated a strong opponent as the weak and killed Xiaoing on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, he's defeated a strong opponent as the weak once again, and defeated our Migres Peak's 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. Even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation seemed to be far from being so heaven-defying when they were at Duan Lingtian's age. Of course, looks like a peerless monster has really appeared in our 7-star sword sect this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated, but there was even more joy. Duan Lingtian was their Migres Peak's outer court disciple. In the future, even if Duan Lingtian became an inner court disciple and went to the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he'd still come from their Migres Peak, and was the pride of their Migres Peak. What a bizarre ability. Hedong stood on the first combat ring, and a trace of shock appeared on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who'd put away his sword and stood there proudly. The other 4 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples looked at each other as well. Did all of you perceive any inkling of that sword strike of his? The 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple couldn't help but ask. Including Hidong, the 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't only them. Even the 10 Migres Peak Outer Court elders present were unable to see through what was so special about Duan Lingtian's sword strike. What a terrifying ability! Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if it was able to penetrate Duan Lingtian's body, and his feelings surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I'm unable to see through the ability this Duan Lingtian executed. However, I can be sure that it ought to be a technique from the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I must obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd been possessed. Duan Lingtian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly leaned, and his eyes just happened to meet Zhao Lin's gaze. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This Zhao Lin, he really chatters endlessly. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he naturally guessed Zhao Lin's current thoughts. Zhao Lin probably attributed all the miracles that happened to him to the non-existent cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, that Duan Lingtian fabricated. I wonder what expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll utterly doesn't exist in this world. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Hiss! Amongst the surrounding crowd of Outer Court disciples. An Outer Court disciple was dumbstruck for a long time, and in the end, he couldn't help but gasp. He was precisely Tang Bai, the Tang Bai that was entrusted by Zhao Lin to go look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, and accepted Duan Lingtian's invitation to the life and death arena, yet didn't dare be on the spot. At that time, Tang Bai had heard of the news of Duan Lingtian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xiaoying, so he didn't dare be on the spot and carry out a battle on the life and death arena with Duan Lingtian. Now that he thought about it, Tang Bai suddenly felt how wise he was. Even though he'd suffered many disdainful looks because of this during these 3 months, and he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. But now, the aggrieved feeling in his heart had vanished like smoke into thin air. Compared to his own life, everything else wasn't worth mentioning. The first round of the Outer Court martial competition continued. For a time, the 7th combat ring that Duan Lingtian was at was like the 1st to 5th combat rings, becoming a forbidden area that other people didn't dare set foot in. There wasn't another Outer Court disciple that was allocated to the 7th combat ring that dared ascend the 7th combat ring to battle Duan Lingtian. They admitted defeat one after another, waiting for the birth of the final arena master of the remaining 4 combat rings. At that time, so long as they had the strength, they would similarly be able to obtain the opportunity to advance. Duan Lingtian stood on the 7th combat ring and looked around in boredom, occasionally looking at the elimination battles on the 6th combat ring, occasionally looking at the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring. Time silently flowed by. In only a single morning's time, the 10 Migres Peak disciples with the strongest strengths that obtained advancement were born. Of the 10 Migres Peak disciples, 5 were at the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage, and 4 were at the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Chapter 303. The 10 of you head to Mizar Peak at dawn tomorrow. The Outer Court martial competition this time will be held at Mizar Peak's Mizar Balcony. At that time, it will be personally presided over by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. The curtains to the first round of the Outer Court martial competition had fallen, and the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Lu Qiu, looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 10 as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's group of 10 nodded, indicating that they understood. In next to no time, the 10 Migres Peak Outer Court Elders, led by Lu Qiu, left successively. Congratulations, Senior Brother Hidong. Congratulations, Senior Brother Wang Zhu. Subsequently, the group of Outer Court disciples started congratulating the Outer Court disciples that had advanced, especially the 5 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples led by Hidong. They were even surrounded by the group of Outer Court disciples. All the Outer Court disciples were incomparably enthusiastic, and all wanted to form a good relationship with Hidong's group of 5. After all, The 5 of them were practically nailed to the inner court disciples in the future. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. He Chun arrived before Duan Lingtian as well, and thanked Duan Lingtian. Although he knew since long ago that with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would surely be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition, but when it really came to this moment, he still felt happy for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to He Chun. Then the 2 of them walked side by side, following the group of Migres Peak disciples to leave the Migres platform. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to He Chun, then left. After leaving, Duan Lingtian's brows knit, then merged into the surging stream of people, moving back and forth, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself into a remote mountain path. Now, no matter who it is, it's impossible for them to follow me. Duan Lingtian's actions earlier weren't superfluous, and it was precisely because he was worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly to guard against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's display caused Duan Lingtian to feel pressure. He believed that as long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, Zhao Lin wouldn't let him off. So, he had to guard against Zhao now. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to find the slightest chance, then he would surely die and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhao Lin. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with coldness. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased up his furious and agitated feelings. Then he headed towards the peak of Migres Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. But now, on a mountain path on Migres Peak, a figure flashed out and Zhao Lin appeared. His expression was as ugly as it could be. That Duan Lingtian was actually able to shake me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to shake me off. In that case, he can discover me. At that instant, apart from the coldness in Zhao Lin's eyes, there was also a hint of greed. How shocking. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such means. Or perhaps, the reason why you were able to discover me was because of that miraculous muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing technique. Now, Zhao Lin had attributed all the unimaginable things that had happened to Duan Lingtian to the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. His desire for the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll grew stronger and stronger. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely obtain your muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart, seeming to have thought of something. Then he left Migres Peak and stepped onto the chain bridge. After arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he continued towards the distance and finally arrived at Alioth Peak. Within a spacious gorge on Alioth Peak, Elder Zhao Lin, the young man with a warped and hideous appearance and a pair of triangular eyes, frowned slightly when he saw the middle-aged man that walked in. He recognized the person before him. It was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin. Shi Hao. Zhao Lin saw Shi Hao and nodded indifferently. Although Shi Hao was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and was no different than an ant in the eyes of Zhao Lin, an elder of the 7-star sword sect. Elder Zhao Lin, I wonder why you're looking for me? Shi Hao went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Migres Peak Outer Court Elder had only come to visit him. Although he and this Migres Peak Elder knew each other, they'd never conversed in the past. Not even a single word. Shi Hao, a straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I've come to look for you today only for the sake of Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin went straight to the point as well, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. Shi Hao frowned. His originally hideous and warped features were twisted together, and his pair of triangular eyes flickered with a cold sheen. He saw the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He only thought that this was Zhao Lin targeting him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry. If it's related to the matter of Duan Lingtian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was the Migres Peak Outer Court Elder. Duan Lingtian was a Migres Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin had surely come this time for the sake of making him dispel the thought of dealing with Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Shi Hao, and his eyes emitted dense coldness. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand, and his sleeve swelled up as he abruptly swept out. Instantly, a few hundred ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out, and Sure Hao was swept flying by Zhao Lin's sleeve like an arrow that left the bowstring. Bang! Sure Hao fell to the ground in a sorry state, and he ceaselessly spat out blood from his mouth, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin and contained frightening coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare touch me? Touch you? Zhao Lin sneered. His figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived before Sure Hao, and the origin energy in his hand roiled and condensed. Do you believe that once this hand of mine descends, you'll die for sure? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he exerted his full strength, then Sure Hao would have died for sure. Within this gorge, even if he killed Sure Hao, no one would know that it was done by him, and there was utterly no need to worry about the Seven-Star Sword sect blaming him. Sure Hao's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew even colder. So what? Even if I die, I won't let that Duan Lingtian off. He crippled my sister's Dantian, so I must make him die. No one is able to stop me. Sure Hao's words caused Zhao Lin's face to freeze. Do you think I'm asking you to let Duan Lingtian off? Could it be that you aren't? Sure Hao sneered, and his triangular eyes were cold as before. Humph. Zhao Lin grunted coldly and scolded. Idiot. I wish for nothing more than to make that Duan Lingtian die. But you actually think I'm asking you to let him off? Truly laughable. The enraged expression on Sure Hao's face completely froze, and he looked at Zhao Lin with suspicion. Elder Zhao Lin, is what you said true? Do you think I have to lie to you? Zhao Lin raised his hand, and a grade 7 gold injury pill flew out to descend into Sure Hao's hand. Consume it. Sure Hao took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, causing his injuries to recover, and he stood up with a slightly apologetic expression. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, it was Sure Hao who misunderstood you, but I wonder why Elder Zhao Lin has come here this time? I naturally came here to give you a chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin's gaze went cold as he slowly spoke. When he saw Sure Hao's bewildered expression, Zhao Lin continued. Sure Hao, you wouldn't be thinking that if you encounter Duan Lingtian tomorrow, you'll be able to kill him, right? The outer court martial competition has always strictly prohibited outer court disciples from killing each other. If you really dare to directly kill that Duan Lingtian, then I'm afraid the trouble you'll face won't be small. Humph. Sure Hao's face sank, and traces of coldness appeared in his eyes. So what? For the sake of my sister, Sure Yin, I'll surely burn that Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes, no matter the cost. The rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect are unable to stop me. Then what if you're able to kill Duan Lingtian and don't have to violate the rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect? Zhao Lin said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Sure Hao frowned and had a puzzled expression. If I have a way to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life and death competition, what do you think? Wouldn't you feel like a fish in water? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a smile that concealed a scheme. Really? Sure Hao's eyes shone. If it was really possible, then even if he killed Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't violate the rules of the Seven-Star Sword sect. After all, it was said that it would be a life and death competition, and even if someone died, it would be understandable. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhao Lin had a face full of confidence. Sure Hao took a deep breath, then looked at Zhao Lin with a burning gaze. Elder Zhao Lin, you specially came to look for me and tell me this matter. You ought to not have come just to tell me this good news, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Of course. My request is extremely simple. After you kill Duan Lingtian, I want his spatial ring. Just this? Sure Hao was stunned. This request was indeed extremely simple. Although he'd realized that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring ought to have something Zhao Lin needed, he didn't care. He only wanted to take revenge for his younger sister. Just this. Zhao Lin nodded once more. How about it? Elder Zhao Lin, I promise you. So long as you're able to make tomorrow's outer court martial competition become a life and death competition. Sure Hao agreed. As far as he was concerned, this was a good thing that came knocking on his door. All right. Zhao Lin smiled and left in satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, so long as he obtained Duan Lingtian's spatial ring, he would surely be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. From Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he was able to realize that the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll wasn't simple. He was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would surely carry a cultivation method like this with him. After all, the more profound the cultivation method, the more complicated it was. It was extremely difficult to remember. Usually, one would carry it with them. At the side of the cliff at the peak of Migres Peak, Duan Lingtian was half lying on a crooked tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, leaning on the strong branch of the crooked tree. Two little fellows that cause others to worry about. As he drank the monkey wine and gazed towards the direction of the primeval forest, Duan Lingtian thought of the two little pythons once more. I wonder if Kerr has returned. When he thought of Kerr, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. That delicate and pitiful young girl he met on the streets of Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago was now able to take charge of herself. At the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt pity and love in his heart. That was his woman. Chapter 304. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian bathed in the morning dew and left the peak of Migres Peak. Mizar Peak. It was the first time that Duan Lingtian had gone there, so he didn't know where Mizar Peak was. However, after arriving at the main peak, Dubhe Peak, he was able to see the surging stream of people all heading towards one direction. He knew clearly in his heart that these people were surely heading towards Mizar Peak to open the balcony. So, he followed the stream of people. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never imagined that the outer court martial competition this time actually changed the rules and didn't restrict that only outer court disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect within 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that since I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage, I ought to be able to pass through the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, those that advance in the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or at the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have been changed, the first in the outer court martial competition this time will surely be Alioth Peak's senior brother Shur. How without a doubt? That might not be the case. Don't forget, Migres Peak's senior brother Hedong, Alcade Peak's senior sisters Waching, and Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng have strengths that aren't much inferior to senior brother Shur Hao. I heard that Merak Peak's senior brother Hu Shuefeng was bestowed a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification by his master, the Peak Master of Merak Peak, some time ago. What? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Are you sure? A grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification? Duan Lingtian walked on the chain bridge that led to Mizar Peak, and he was slightly moved when he heard the discussions of the few 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that walked past him. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the greater the difficulty of refining it. That day in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swallow Mountain County's county city, he and the Chu family's second elder had bet their lives on weapons refinement. The grade 8 spirit weapon refined by the Chu family's second elder was able to provide a 19% amplification, and it was already extremely rare. It could be considered to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. On the other hand, a grade 7 spirit artifact that could provide an amplification of 29% was even rarer than the former. Even if it's me, once my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the origin core stage and becomes a grade 7 weapons craftsman, I'll at most be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 31% amplification. Whereas if I try my best, I can refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 22% now. So, Duan Lingtian deeply knew how difficult it was to obtain a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never imagined that in this tiny Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there's still a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Soon after, their discussion entered Duan Lingtian's ears again. Supposedly, that grade 7 spirit sword was something the Peak Master of Merak Peak went to the Dark Cloud Empire and specially invited a weapons refinement master to refine for senior brother Hu Shuefeng, even if it's in the Dark Cloud Empire. a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification is surely not a nobody. I heard long ago that the peak master of Monarch Peak doted on senior brother Hu Shuefeng, but I never imagined that it was to such an extent. With such a grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, senior brother Hu Shuefeng's strength has surely increased greatly. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword with a 29% amplification was refined by a weapons refinement master of the Dark Cloud Empire. Dark Cloud Empire. If it was said that the Crimson Sky Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was a subordinate kingdom of the Dark Cloud Empire. Duan Lingtian knew a little about this. But even then, it still caused Duan Lingtian to feel surprised. According to the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, a weapons refinement master capable of refining a grade 7 spirit weapon with a 29% amplification was rare even in the foreign lands. He could be sure. That weapons refinement master surely had his own unique points. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak, and finally arrived at his destination, the open balcony. The open balcony of Mizar Peak was similar to the Migres platform of Migres Peak. It was an extremely vast platform, and there were 10 spacious combat rings on it. When he was on the Migres platform yesterday, there were only Migres Peak disciples, and although there were many people, it didn't seem to be crowded. But today, on this open balcony, the stream of people surged, causing one to be unable to move an inch. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice entered into his ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from turning around. It was an extremely unfamiliar 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that greeted him. You are. Duan Lingtian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Lingtian, I'm a Migres Peak disciple as well. Yesterday on the Migres platform, your sword strike that seemed as if it had the help of the gods was too formidable. This Migres Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Lingtian actually replied to him. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian? The Migres Peak's little freak. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian quickly noticed that along with this Migres Peak disciple greeting him, for a time, the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples avoided him, and they surrounded him and sized him up from top to bottom. So young. He's at most a little over 20. It's him that killed the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying? All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples spoke with words that were filled with interest towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he didn't like this feeling. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a moving voice that was like an aureole sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Just by hearing the voice and not seeing the person, Duan Lingtian already knew who it was. Duan Lingtian's slightly stiff face bloomed with a light smile, and he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Lingtian's identity and were slightly fearful, but now, everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Mizar platform, and his eyes were filled with tender love as he looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a joyful expression. Little Fei. Duan Lingtian, junior sister, said she saw you when she arrived, and I thought she was seeing things. The beautiful young woman beside Li Fei smiled mischievously. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Li Fei instantly blushed when she heard this. Senior sister. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman and lightly smiled as he greeted her, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. Earlier, he only knew that this senior sister of Little Fei's was called Zuoqing. But on the way here earlier, he'd heard many outer court disciples mention Zuoqing, and their words placed Zuoqing at a height that was only inferior to the number 1 disciple in the outer court, Shihao, in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. She was ranked on par with the Migres Peak's Hedong and the Monarch Peak's Hu Shuefeng. At that time, he realized that this senior sister Zuoqing wasn't simple. Zuoqing looked at Duan Lingtian and replied with a smile. The young man before her was her junior sister's man, and she didn't take Duan Lingtian to be an outsider. It's senior sister Zuoqing. In next to no time, Many seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on Mizar platform recognized Zhuqing and exclaimed in surprise. That junior sister by senior sister's Zhuqing's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful. Breathtakingly beautiful. A smile that can overturn a city. A second smile that can overturn a kingdom. Nothing more than this. The gazes of the numerous seven-star sword sect outer court disciples quickly descended onto Li Fei, who was by Zhuqing's side. To them, Li Fei was truly too beautiful. Although there were many female disciples in the seven-star sword sect, but there was practically no one that possessed a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, women were innately weaker than men, so outstanding women in the martial Tao were extremely rare. Moreover, a woman that was able to be outstanding in both appearance and martial Tao was even less than 1 in 10,000. So when they saw such a beautiful woman in the seven-star sword sect, the crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples slightly lost their composure. Although everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly displeased. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly held onto Li Fei's jade hand, then pulled Li Fei to his side. It was as if he was declaring the ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel. Being pulled by Duan Lingtian like this in public caused Li Fei's beautiful face to go slightly red, and her pink and tender cheeks seemed like they would break with a flick of a finger. This caused the crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples on the balcony to be dumbstruck. However, the strand of faintly discernible happiness within Li Fei's pair of beautiful eyes that were like water was obvious. Instantly, the crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples reacted to what had happened, and numerous gazes that were filled with killing intent descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian and replace him. Our seven-star sword sect finally had a drop-dead gorgeous junior sister appear with great difficulty, but I never imagined that someone would beat us to it. This Duan Lingtian is simply a winner in life. Not to mention his natural talent in the martial Tao is shocking. He's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Speaking of which, I'm afraid only a man like Duan Lingtian is worthy of this junior sister. You're right. The crowd of seven-star sword sect outer court disciples didn't conceal their discussion in the slightest, and it caused the blush on Li Fei's face to deepen slightly. Little Fei, is back? Duan Lingtian ignored the surrounding gazes of envy and jealousy, and he looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday, and Master said that the Peak Master and Little Sister Kerr haven't returned. Looks like Little Sister Kerr won't be able to make it in time for the outer court martial competition this time. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who only had eyes for Li Fei, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze slightly. Little Fei, you broke through? A light smile hung on Li Fei's angelic face. I just broke through a few days ago. Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Junior sister has already caught up to you now. Zhuqing looked at Duan Lingtian in a timely manner as she teased him. A few days ago, when she found out that Li Fei had broken through once again, Zhuqing was extremely shocked. After all, this junior sister of hers had only broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. It had only been 3 months, and her junior sister had actually broken through once again. Chapter 305. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Zhuqing, seeming to not mind in the slightest that Li Fei had caught up to him in terms of cultivation. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, I'm still unable to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seeming to be slightly regretful and disappointed. Zhuqing shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is rather special. No one had expected that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would change the rules at the last minute. If the rules weren't changed, then with your current cultivation, you would surely be able to advance and participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Zhuqing glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she was saying to Duan Lingtian, all of this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, The outer court martial competition wouldn't have changed the rules at the last minute. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. This was something that even he had never expected beforehand. Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to work hard. It's best if you take first place. Li Fei quickly recovered and cheered for Duan Lingtian and Zhuqing. Her beautiful face slightly flushed, causing others to have the impulse to be unable to refrain from wanting to kiss her. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. He'd come to participate in the outer court martial competition this time, precisely for the sake of taking first place. Junior sister. Zhuqing instead shook her head and smiled. How could it be so easy? So long as you're an outer court disciple, you can participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I don't have any confidence in that Aliath Peak Sure How. Sure How. Li Fei's beautiful brows slightly frowned. Why does this name feel slightly familiar? Duan Lingtian shrugged when he saw Zhuqing looking over with a strange expression, then said to Li Fei, this Sure How is the older brother of the number 1 disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of. Shi Yan's older brother? Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she thought of Shi Yan, as she didn't have the slightest good impression of that woman with a warped appearance and a warped mentality. I heard Sure How went to Migrez Peak to look for you? Zhuqing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Senior sister, you're really well informed. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised that Zhuqing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this matter recently. Moreover, besides the Migrez Peak disciples, there seemed to not be many people that knew about this matter. After all, he was a Migrez Peak disciple no matter what. In the eyes of the Migrez Peak disciples, he didn't dare make an appearance because he was afraid of Sure How. As the saying goes, dirty linen should not be aired in public. On this matter, the Migrez Peak disciples had all reached a tacit understanding, and they didn't publicize it wantonly. Scoundrel, did Sure How look for you? Are you okay? Upon hearing that Sure How had gone to look for Duan Lingtian, Li Fei's face was filled with anxiety. Her pair of clear eyes focused as she sized up the Duan Lingtian from head to toe, as if she wanted to carefully observe whether the Duan Lingtian was injured or not. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled towards his concern for Li Fei. Little Fei, you're still worried that I'll suffer a loss under Sure How? Li Fei returned to her senses when facing Duan Lingtian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many things to rely on, not to mention the 2 nascent soul stage little pythons. Even the pile of inscriptions in her man's possession was sufficient to allow him to stand in an invincible position in the competition with Sure How. Li Fei nodded with a smile, and the worry on her face vanished without a trace. The changes in expression on Li Fei's face entered into Zhuqing's eyes, causing Zhuqing to be stunned. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident towards her little lover? She wouldn't be thinking that this little lover of hers is able to deal with Sure How, right? Although Zhuqing knew that Duan Lingtian's strength was extraordinary, and 3 months ago, he'd even killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple on the Life and Death Arena on Fecta Peak. But even then, it didn't mean that Duan Lingtian was able to deal with a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple. As a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Zhuqing knew deeply. The 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was far from something a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple could compare to. Between the two, there was a dividing line. It could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. It's the Migrez Peak's senior brother He Dong. In next to no time, numerous gazes moved away from Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to descend onto a young man that slowly walked down from Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely He Dong. He Dong noticed Duan Lingtian and nodded with a smile to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian returned a smile. He Dong is rather courteous to you. Zhuqing was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. With a quick thought, she came to an understanding. Although Duan Lingtian might be inferior to a 7th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple like her and He Dong, but how old were they, and how old was Duan Lingtian? When they were Duan Lingtian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage. They could imagine that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, when he arrived at their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duan Lingtian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. In next to no time, the 7th-level origin core stage martial artists of the 7-star sword sect's outer court's 6 great sword peaks arrived one by one. The arrival of these people caused the balcony to be completely bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Shuefeng has arrived as well. It was unknown who said this. Instantly, numerous gazes converged onto a proud and aloof figure that walked over from afar on Mizar Peak. This was a handsome young man with slanted brows and starry eyes, around the age of 25. As soon as he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of all the 7th-level origin core stage martial artists present and became the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Shuefeng. Some Alcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure and cried out sharply, "He's Hu Shuefeng?" Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng. Although he didn't know Hu Shuefeng before today and had never even heard of Hu Shuefeng, but all along the way to Mizar Peak today, he heard many people discussing Hu Shuefeng, and he knew that Hu Shuefeng was the personal disciple of the Peak Master of one of the 6 great sword peaks of the 7-star sword sect, the Monarch Peak. For the sake of this personal disciple, the Monarch Peak's Peak Master even asked a weapons craftsman of the Black Cloud Empire to refine a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% for him. The love the Monarch Peak's Peak Master had for this personal disciple was obvious. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Li Fei's voice that was moving like an oriole sounded out by his ear. Duan Lingtian turned around, and only now did he notice that when Zuoqing looked at Hu Shuefeng, her gaze contained coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Although he couldn't be considered to be familiar with Zuoqing, but from Zuoqing's actions and words, he was able to discern that she was a kind-hearted girl that wasn't scheming. But now, Zuoqing seemed to be filled with enmity towards Hu Shuefeng. This caused bewilderment to arise in his heart. Could it be that there's some conflict between Zuoqing and Hu Shuefeng? This Hu Shuefeng is a complete lecher. Zuoqing's delicate and pretty face was covered in a layer of ice, and her cold aura was oppressive. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and they subconsciously glanced at each other, and both of them noticed a trace of strangeness in each other's eyes. "Senior sister, you and him." Duan Lingtian looked at Zuoqing and was slightly hesitant to speak. Zuoqing noticed the strangeness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, then glanced at Li Fei and noticed that Li Fei was the same as Duan Lingtian. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, "Don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and him. The reason I said he's a lecher is because he'd once seduced many female disciples of our Alcade Peak. In the end, those female disciples were all heartlessly abandoned by him, and some even committed suicide for him." As she finished speaking, Zuoqing's face was filled with rage. A person like this can still be so welcomed by the female disciples of Alcade Peak? Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression when he saw the group of Alcade Peak female disciples warmly greeting Hu Shuefeng. Just by looking at his outer appearance, Hu Shuefeng was extraordinarily handsome and had a graceful bearing. He was completely unable to discern that he was that sort of person. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but recall the words "know a person for a long time" without understanding his heart. That's because he concealed it deeply enough. Moreover, every single time, so long as something happens to a female disciple related to him, he would always disassociate himself from the matter at the first possible moment. His methods are extremely brilliant. Zuoqing grunted coldly as she spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian was able to sense that at this instant, the temperature of the air around Zuoqing seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. There's actually such a shameless person. Li Fei had an enraged expression when she heard Zuoqing, and she glared angrily at Hu Shuefeng, who was walking towards Mizar platform with large strides. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Hu Shuefeng as well. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, because he noticed that Hu Shuefeng's gaze had descended onto Li Fei, who was by his side. Within the depths of that pair of clear eyes, a strand of a lustful flowing light flashed before vanishing. Although Hu Shuefeng's concealment was very brilliant, Duan Lingtian was still able to see it clearly. Instantly, he was almost certain that this Hu Shuefeng was exactly as Zuoqing had said. He was a sanctimonious hypocrite. After Hu Shuefeng saw Li Fei, his eyes lit up as he slowly walked towards them. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile, Zhuo Qing's expression turned cold. Li Fei's shapely eyebrows slightly creased. Zhuo Qing, long time no see. After Hu Shuefeng walked over, he greeted Zhuo Qing enthusiastically. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to where you came from. When facing Hu Shuefeng, Zhuo Qing's face was shrouded in a layer of frost. The cold air was oppressive, as if it could freeze the air. Zhuo Qing, is there some misunderstanding between us? A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Shuefeng's face from beginning to end. He looked both handsome and cheerful. He was absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Zhuo Qing's prior reminder, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Shuefeng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Shuefeng's acting was too good. There was no flaw to speak of. Hu Shuefeng, I'm not familiar with you, and there's no misunderstanding. I just don't find you pleasing to the eye, and don't want to see you. Scram. After saying that, a trace of anger surfaced on Zhuo Qing's face. However, Hu Shuefeng seemed as if he didn't hear Zhuo Qing's words at all. His face revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Li Fei by the side and asked with a smile, how should I address this junior sister? Duan Lingtian could see that when Hu Shuefeng discovered that his hand was holding Li Fei's hand, the corner of his eyes swept towards him, which was obviously mixed with a somewhat gloomy and threatening luster, choosing to devour people. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a cold smile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.